All right, and welcome to the Android Application Development course for beginners. So I'm going to assist you throughout this course. So if you're ready, let's get started right away. All right, so first off, I do want to explain who should be taking this course. This course is an absolute beginner's class, and that means that you don't have to know anything about Android programming, or for that matter, Kotlin programming language. Yeah, so you're going to learn everything about Android development. Even if you don't know how to write code, it's going to be okay. You'll also learn how to write code and programming concepts together. Yeah, so this course is designed to teach you how to think like a programmer, how to write code, and how to build an application and everything. We used to say, or my grandma used to say, from soup to nuts, right? So, if you do happen to know something about coding, you can still take this course because you're going to be able to learn about everything in this Android app development process. For example, if you know C# programming or Java programming, this is going to be great for you because you can use your programming experience to develop really good applications. You can combine what you have known and learned before with what you're going to learn in this course. If you want to be an Android developer, you should take this course because you're going to learn how to become a superb Android developer, how to design an Android application, and how to build a good and in-demand application. Now, you're probably thinking, yeah, okay, what am I going to really learn in this course? So we will use the Kotlin language to build Android applications throughout. There are two popular programming languages in order to build Android applications. You know what they are? Java programming and Kotlin. All right? So why are we going to use Kotlin? Well, I'll tell you, that's a very good question you ask. See, because Kotlin is a very new and up-to-date programming language. Kotlin is accepted by Google as the official language for Android development. Therefore, it is a language that everyone who wants to be an Android developer ought to know. Then you will learn the Android Studio front to back. Android Studio happens to be the official integrated development environment, or IDE, for Android application development, right? We're going to learn the Android Studio platform and its working system. Then you will learn the Android ecosystem. So Android is an operating system like Windows, but for mobile devices. And its popularity is increasing day by day. It doesn't only use phones anymore either. It uses tablets and smartwatches and smart televisions. With the increasing use of Android operating system, well, the need for new Android applications is increasing as well. The need for new Android applications is going through the roof. So for all these reasons, the need for Android application developers is also increasing. All right, so after recognizing the Android ecosystem, you're going to learn Android components. Now, Android application components are the essential building blocks of an Android application. You'll learn how to build an Android application in these chapters. You will also see every Android component required for building a perfect Android application. You're going to develop 2 Android applications throughout this course. You will learn from scratch how to build an Android application. And also, you're going to publish your app on Google Play. You will learn how to open the Android developer account and how to publish your app. Now, if you do happen to come up with a question that you just can't seem to find the answer for while you're watching this course, well, you can always send us your question from this Q&A section below the course videos. You can also share the sections or codes that you think need to be corrected, maybe updated, and we'll tell you why you're wrong. Nah, I'm just playing. I want to thank you very much for being in touch. But we promise you that we will make the necessary updates as soon as we can. What does that mean? Well, you're always going to have the most up-to-date information and content. So I think you're ready. Why don't we just begin the course? I'll see you throughout. Well, hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about the Kotlin programming language. Now, first of all, question probably pops into your mind. Wait, what? What is Kotlin? Well, that's a good question and a good place to start. So I'll tell you, Kotlin is an open source, statically typed programming language that supports both object-oriented and functional programming. So the Kotlin programming language runs on the Java virtual machine that we typically call a JVM. Kotlin language provides syntax similar to languages such as Java, C#, Scala, but it takes its name from the Kotlin Island, which is a Russian island in the Gulf of Finland, in case you were wondering. Now, of course, we said that Kotlin is a static language, so wait a minute. What the heck is that? Were you even listening after I said static language? Yeah, it's kind of an odd term, huh? But it kind of gets your wheels spinning, too. So static programming language is such that every variable type is declared from the very beginning. So that is, when we define a string value, we write string at the very beginning. When we define a numeric value, we write types such as int, double, float at the very beginning of the variable. So therefore, variable types know what these types are, even when the program isn't running yet. Okay, so all this means that while the program isn't running yet, if you've made a mistake, it'll warn you and wait for you to correct the mistake. So languages such as Kotlin, Java, C# can be given as examples of static programming languages. Also, there are dynamic programming languages that you might be familiar with. The dynamic programming languages will be languages in which the variable types are determined at program runtime. So when you create a variable, you do not need to specify the type of that variable, whether it's a string or an integer, whatever. So languages such as Python, JavaScript can be given as examples of these dynamic programming languages. Awesome. Glad we got out of the way. All right, so the Kotlin project was first started in 2010 as open source. So it's a completely free language, and its first official version, 1.0, was also released in February 2016. It's a long time, huh? But Kotlin was announced as an official Android development language at Google I/O 2017. That's why the Kotlin programming language became the third fully supported language for Android after Java and C++. So now, Kotlin is officially supported by Google for Android development, meaning Android documentation and tools are designed with Kotlin in mind. Good to know. So I would also like to mention one more thing. Kotlin is 100% interoperable with the Java programming language. And great care has been taken to ensure that your existing code base can properly interact with Kotlin. You can easily search Kotlin code from Java and Java code from Kotlin, and this makes adoption much easier and lower risk. Now, there's also an automatic Java to Kotlin converter built into Android Studio, which makes it even easier to migrate existing code. And all this means that if you already know the Java programming language, you can learn the Kotlin language, well, I would say a whole lot easier and faster. Now, it's okay if you don't know. You don't need to worry. In this course, I'm going to teach you Kotlin programming language step by step. All right, so what are we aiming at with this Kotlin programming language? Well, I'll tell you, by using the Kotlin programming language, you can do more with fewer lines of code. And that means a language used in coding has a much simpler, more understandable structure. Commands are clearer. You can also compile your projects faster with Kotlin. So then, wait a minute. What can you do with Kotlin programming language? Well, in fact, you can develop web applications, desktop applications, and Android applications by using Kotlin. Of course, Kotlin is often used to develop Android applications. So, in fact, there's a lot you can do. So in this course, we're going to learn how to develop Android applications using Kotlin. All right, my friends? I think that covers what the heck Kotlin programming language is all about, how it's emerged, and some of the advantages of Kotlin. So we'll take a short break here if you want to. In our next lesson, in any event, we will give you some information about the Android ecosystem, which you're going to have to know first, okay? So I want to see you in the next lesson. Well, hello to everybody. So we're going to talk a little bit about this Android ecosystem for this video. So we'll start without wasting any more time because we got to get to it. We got a lot of good stuff to do. All right, be quiet and tell me. You betcha. Android is an operating system designed for use on mobile devices. The Android operating system was originally created for use in digital cameras. Bet you didn't know that, did you? So the Android operating system is developed primarily for use now on smartphones and touch tablets by Android and Google. Google bought the Android company in 2005, and the Android operating system was released in 2008. Although Android is developed for smartphones and tablets, today it's still being used in Android television, smartwatches, Android Auto, and Android Wear devices. Android Auto is the car smart multimedia system, in case you weren't aware. So, Android operating system is used in more than 100 languages today. That's 5.22 billion people who are using a mobile phone today. And that equates to 66.6% of the world's total population. Also, more than 2 billion people use the Android operating system as of May 2017. Google Play has more than 2.8 million applications published. And more than 6,000 applications are published on Google Play every day. More than 20 million application developers will be needed in the next few years. Yeah, I'm looking at you, right? So this means that you need to learn this Android application development really, well, I'd say kind of quickly, but thoroughly, but quickly. So I believe this course is going to be really good for your process, okay? So after this course, you will be a very good Android application developer. All right, well, at least a good one. Anyway, let's get going. So another motivation factor, let's talk a little bit about salary. I know you wonder how much your salary is going to be. Well, I'll let you in on a little thing here. Junior Android developer salaries are more than $55,000 per year in the U.S., but I believe you're going to make more. Middle-level Android developer salaries, more than $100,000. Senior-level Android developer salaries is about $130,000 U.S. dollars per annum, as they say. All right, wet your whistle a little bit. So in this lesson, I am giving you some information about the Android ecosystem. Hope it's useful. Hope it kind of gets you primed, because in the next lesson, we're going to do some setup that you're going to need to know in order to develop these applications using Kotlin. All right, so I want to see you in the next lesson. All right, hello friends. So we are in the next lesson. So that means we're going to learn some programming terms that are common to almost all programming languages. And I think that if we all get on the same page about this, it's going to be very useful for you. So we're only going to talk about the basic meaning of most of these terms, because in our course, we're also going to learn the detailed usage of the related terms whenever it comes up and appropriate. So if you're ready, let's get started. So a package is an organized module of related interfaces and classes. Packages are used to organize classes that belong to the same category or provide related functionality. Now, in object-oriented programming, a class refers to a set of related objects with common properties. So classes and the ability to create new classes render OOP a powerful and flexible programming model. So, for example, there might be a class called Shapes, which contains objects which are triangles, pentagons, squares, and circles. You follow? So that an object is a combination of related variables, constants, and other data structures which can be selected and manipulated together. An object can include shapes that appear on a screen or like the age of students in a school. Object-Oriented Programming, OOP. So this is a model defined by programmers that revolve around objects and data rather than actions and logic, okay? In OOP, it's not only the data type of a data structure that's defined, but also the types of functions that can be applied to it. So through all this, the data structure becomes an object that consists of both data and functions. So languages that use OOP concepts are Java, Kotlin, Python, etc. A function is a block of code that can be referenced by name to run the code it contains. Argument, or arg, is a value that is passed into a command or a function. For example, if sqr is a routine or function that returns the square of a number, then sqr4 will return 16. All right? So here the value 4 is the argument. And similarly, if the edit is a function that edits a file, then in edit myFileText, well, you guessed it, myfile.text is the argument. All right, my friends, here's a few of the terms that you're going to hear often in our course. So we'll take a short break here, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, friends, glad to have you back. So on this lesson, we're going to prepare our computer to write code in order to develop Android applications using the Kotlin programming language. Now for this, we will first install the JDK, or Java Development Kit. Now earlier, remember we said that this Kotlin language runs on the Java virtual machine. So therefore, in order to develop applications using Kotlin, we will need to install JDK onto our computer. Now, before we move on to the JDK installation, I would like to briefly explain the concepts of a Java Development Kit that we refer to as JDK, a Java Virtual Machine, or JVM, and Java Runtime Environment, or JRE. So this Java Development Kit, it's a software development environment, all right, and it's used to develop Java applications. But this package contains all the tools that you need to develop with Java. If you want to develop and run applications, you will need to install JDK onto your machine. It actually includes Java Runtime Environment and other developmental tools. Development tools are things like compilers, Java debuggers, and other things that you'll learn. The JRE, or Java Runtime Environment. This is a software package that combines libraries, the Java virtual machine, and other components to run applications written in Java. Right? So the JRE is the runtime portion of Java, and this is all you need to run it in your web browser. It includes Java Virtual Machine, or JVM, and libraries. So the Java Virtual Machine is a virtual machine that runs Java programs. So when we run the Java program, the Java compiler first compiles your Java code to bytecode, and you get this bytecode by compiling the .java files into .class files. .class files contain bytecode understood by the JVM. So in short, if you are a Java or Kotlin programmer, you will need the JDK to develop and run applications, and this package will also include the JRE and the JVM. Yeah, so there you go. That's a brief little overview about the JDK. So we'll move on to JDK installation. So first up, you just have to open your browser, and here I'm using Google Chrome, but I think you can use any browser you want. Let's get too extreme here. Anyway, now let's write download JDK in the search bar. So after pressing the Enter key, I'll just open the first of the results, namely the Java Standard Edition, or SE, Downloads Oracle Technology Network page. So if you notice, the most up-to-date version of Java is Java 16. Now, if you do see another version here, don't worry about it. The JDK installation is the same in all versions. So you can successfully complete the JDK installation just by following the next steps. So I'll click on JDK download, and that's the link in the Oracle JDK section here. So this page that opens, this is the Oracle JDK page. I want you to notice there's an important warning text here, okay? Oracle JDK changed its license April 16, 2019. So in other words, while personal and development JDKs were free, those used for commercial purposes have become paid. So for that reason, Oracle offers us the open JDK version, which is open source. So that's why I'm just clicking on the jdk.java.net link here. So from this page it opens, I'll choose JDK 16, which is the most up-to-date and ready-to-use version. Now from this page it opens, we can download the appropriate JDK for our computer. And as you can see, there are JDK installation files for Linux and Mac and Windows. Now my computer is operating with Windows 64-bit, so that's why I choose the zip option from here. And you can see that my download has started. I hope yours has too. So, of course, depending on your internet speed, it could take some time to download. So I am just going to stop screen recording here, and then I'll come back when the download is complete, and we'll just continue where we left off. Happy downloading. All right, my friends, so my download is complete, so I'll continue by clicking on the arrow icon right here and select Show in Folder. All right, so now I'll need to extract this file here. Now, of course, you have to have a compression or decompression program on your computer to be able to do this. If not, you can always download it from the link that I've added right into the resources of this lesson. So now I'll just right-click on the zip file and select Extract here. Right, so as you can see, we've obtained a JDK folder. And now we will move the JDK folder to the Java folder that we will create in the Program Files folder. So for this, I just cut JDK folder by pressing Control-X on the keyboard. And let's open up Program Files by selecting this PC and local disk C. And now let's create a folder called Java here. So I'll right-click with my mouse, select New, Folder. I'll just name this file Java. So now I'm pasting the JDK folder that you saw me download earlier. All right, so we have now installed the JDK on the computer, but we do have one last step to do. We need to define the path of the java.exe file in the JDK folder here to the operating system. So for this, I can just open up JDK folder, and I also open up the bin folder. All right, so let's find the Java file here. All right, so I found the Java file. Now let's define the path of this file to the system. All right, so first I just click on the address bar at the top of the window and copy the file path here by pressing Control-C right here on the keyboard. Now let's define this file path to the system. So I'll right-click on this PC from the left side and select the Properties option from the drop-down menu. And from this window that opens, well, you can learn some of the basic information about your operating system, should you need to. So now I'll select the Advanced System Settings option right on the right. I'll select the Environment Variables option from the System Properties window that opens. Now, if you notice, there are two different sections here. We're going to use the bottom section, namely System Variables, to define the JDK to the system. So that means after selecting the Path option from the section here, I choose the Edit option. And here we'll just paste the path to the Java file in the bin folder. So to do that, I'll select the New option and paste the file path we just copied by pressing the Control and V keys together on the keyboard in this field that opens. All right, so that way we have now defined the JDK file to the system. So the meaning of this process is just like this. if you want the operating system to run Java, the operating system has to know where the Java exe file is. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to run it, okay? So for this reason, we have defined the folder where the java.exe file is located on our operating system. And finally, I can press the OK button. So I press OK once again. And there you have it, my friends. You've just watched me complete the JDK installation necessary to develop applications using Kotlin. I hope you did it along with me. If not, catch up and install it, because we're just going to take a short break here. And in our next lesson, we're going to install the Integrated Development Environment, or IDE, for Android Studio. And this, of course, will be necessary to develop Android applications. All right. See you in the next lesson. All right. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will download the IDE that we will use to develop Android mobile applications, which is also called Android Studio. So now we'll do the necessary installation procedures. Android Studio is a completely free platform. It can be downloaded and used by anyone, but then you have to learn how to use it, huh? Now, I also want to explain a little bit that IDE is a software application that combines all of the features and tools needed by a software developer. So a developer would be able to debug, run, and test applications with IDE. And because it provides useful debugging and testing features, it's all in one handy place. So IDE helps us in quickly navigating to a type without really needing to worry about our project. It also provides auto-completion. That means you start typing a part of a function or a class name and press a shortcut combination, then the rest of the name will be automatically typed in for you. I love it. Now, all these features are pretty good reasons for you to prefer an IDE. But I'll tell you something for nothing. The most used IDEs for Kotlin are Android Studio and IntelliJ. I prefer Android Studio, so I'm going to introduce Android Studio to you, and I'm going to write Kotlin programs on Android Studio during this course. All right, how's that? So, if you want to continue with me, let's do these necessary steps to download Android Studio now. All right, so first up, we need to open our browser. So in the search bar, we just write Android Studio Download. Press Enter. And here we will open the second result, namely Download Android Studio and SDK Tools. Now, if you pay close attention, the site is the developer.android.com site, right? So this site is a site that Android developers must follow, my friends. So you can follow the latest developments, updates, and documentation required so that you too can develop applications on and for Android here. All right, so we can now proceed with the download. So this looks like the most up-to-date version of our Android Studio. Now, of course, I do want to point out something here. Android Studio is continually updating. So even while I was creating this video, the most current version is 2020.3.1. So this version is called Arctic Fox, right? So this version might appear different to you. But pretty much the download and installation process of Android Studio is the same. So it just won't make a difference. But if you do see a different version here, I just don't want you to worry. All right, so just by following these steps, I'm going to explain how you can perform the download and installation process, and then we'll get going, okay? Now, before proceeding with the installation process, I would like to show you these Android Studio system requirements. Now, at the end of the page is the system requirements section. So just review the section. You can find out whether the computer you're using is sufficient enough for Android Studio. Just a little disclaimer here. If your computer does not meet these specifications here, you could, well, buy a new computer. Or you can just change some of your computer's features, right? For instance, if your computer has 4 gigs RAM, you could increase it to 8 gigs relatively simply and inexpensively. You could even drop back a version or 2 of Android Studio, but, I would pretty much recommend you to just move forward. Whatever it takes, right? But anyway, let's just now download Android Studio. So I'll open up the top of the page, and if your computer's operating system just happens to be Windows 64-bit, it'll pretty much look like mine, and you can start the download process just by clicking the Download Android Studio button here. If your computer's operating system doesn't happen to be Windows 64-bit, well, you can click on the Download Options tab on the left. So when you click on that tab, see the download links for 64-bit, Mac 64-bit, Linux 64-bit. But yeah, you probably noticed there's no option for 32-bit operating systems. So it's time for you to get into the 21st century if you need that. I'll tell you why. Because Android Studio doesn't support 32-bit at all since version 4.0. So if your operating system is 32-bit, well, just go ahead and download Android Studio 3.6.3. All right? So this is the last version of Android Studio before 4.0. No shame in it, my friends. This is how we learn, right? Anyway, for this, we could click on the Download Archives link. And then from the window that opens up, we just need to accept the relevant contract terms. So for this, I could click the Agree with Terms button. And as you can see, we have accessed all of the versions of Android Studio. So we're a pretty versatile bunch, huh? So from here, you can find the 3.6.3 version of Android Studio and use a download link required for 32-bit operating systems. So whichever version you want, let's start the download process. So of course, I'm going to open up the previous page since my computer's operating system is Windows 64-bit. That means I will download the appropriate Android Studio. But no matter which page you're on, just click on the file with the extension .exe here. And in order to download the Android Studio, we will need to accept the terms of the contract. After confirming the checkbox here, the button that we will use to download Android Studio becomes active. So clicking this button will start the download process. So I'll just click the button. And yeah, so here you can see that the download has started. And yes, just like before, the download process may take a little bit depending on your internet speed. So I'm just going to fast forward through this. Wow, that was fast. And now you can see that the download is complete. So I'll click on the arrow button, well, it's really an icon, to the right of the downloaded file and select the Show in Folder option. So here we can view the file that we've downloaded. So I'm just going to double click on this. Windows asks, do you allow this application to make changes to the computer? Yeah, that's quite a warning. I'm just going to press yes. So the warning might not appear for you. It's not really important. But whatever you have to do to install, you'll install, because here you can see the installation screen opens. And here we click on Next. And once again, we press Next. Right, so the location where the files will be saved will be written to, so you can change this location or you can just keep it wherever it is by default. I usually prefer, actually, the default file path. That's why I just press the Next button, once again, without making any changes. That way, if it knows, I know. So here it asks if we can create a shortcut for Android Studio. Now, in fact, it's reading my mind because I do want to create a shortcut. You don't have to if you don't want to, but just confirm the checkbox here. So I'm not going to make any changes. So now we can start the installation process. By clicking the Install button here, we will start the installation. And as you can see, the installation process begins. And just like downloading, this process may take some time, so I'll just fast forward. And yeah, that was a great installation. And now it's complete, so I'll press Next. So it states that the installation process of Android Studio is now complete. Yay. So if we want Android Studio to start after the installation process, we just need to check this checkbox. I'm going to uncheck it though. And we're going to start Android Studio together. So please do that, and I'll press Finish. All right, so that completes the necessary installation process of all these things. So, in fact, you could call this the pre-installation of Android Studio, because we haven't quite completed the installation of Android Studio yet. We still need to install the SDK. That we're going to do in the next lesson. So we'll take a short break here, and I want to see you there. Well, hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we downloaded Android Studio to our computers and installed it. But remember, the installation process is not completely finished. So that means in this lesson, we are going to complete the SDK installations. We're also going to examine in good detail how to create a project in Android Studio. All right, so if you're ready, you must be chomping at the bit. Let's get started. So first, let's find Android Studio app where we downloaded it from the search bar. So we type in Android Studio, and we can find the application that we downloaded. Yeah, so as you can see, we found the app. So now I click Open. So now we can open the application. If you notice, a window called Import Android Studio Settings pops up. So if you've already got Android Studio installed on your computer, you can just directly transfer the settings there. But since we are going to install Android Studio for the very first time, we'll choose the Do Not Import Settings option. You follow? So I'll just press the OK button. Now here it asks if we want to share the data with Google. Now I'll choose the Don't Send option just because. You can choose whatever you want, but whatever you do, you'll see a window in the form of Android Studio Setup Wizard pops up. So now we can start the installation. So I'll just press the Next button, and here we come up to two different options: standard installation, custom installation. So you can complete the necessary installation procedures by choosing the standard installation from here. But I do want to show you all of the steps in the installation process. So that means I'm going to choose custom. So here I just press the Next button again. Now on this page, it'll ask us to select the JDK, that is the Java Development Kit location. So this kit comes embedded with Android Studio. So actually, there's not a real need for the JDK installation that we did in the previous lesson. I just want to show it to you. We still want the updated JDK file to be on our computer. You follow? So if you want to use a different IDE instead of Android Studio, you must have a JDK on your computer. Now you get it. So we download the JDK and make our computer ready to write code. So that's why we choose Embedded JDK as our option here. So we can press the Next button again. And here we can choose the theme of the interface that we're going to code. There are two different options: Darkula and Light. Now, typically I prefer the light mode, but you can always reserve that option to choose later. So I'll press Next. So on this page, we'll do the necessary procedure for the installation of the SDK, and that is the Software Development Kit. So as you can see here, we've got Android SDK Platform, Performance, and Android virtual device. So these are our three different options. Now, at this point, it really is worth noting that we can test the applications that we make in Android Studio on virtual devices offered to us by Android Studio. That's why I suggest you choose all of the options here. Otherwise, you may encounter some problems a bit later on. Therefore, I'll choose all three different options, and just below, we will need to specify the SDK location. Now, I usually set these locations to be default. You can save it to any folder that you want, and I'll press the next button again. Now, on this page, for the emulator, we can set the RAM size that we're going to allocate. Now, in general, we can pretty much use the size suggested, and then while your emulator is running, the size that you set here will be used from your RAM, of course. When you close the emulator, your RAM will continue to run at its previous size. So without changing anything, I'll just press Next. So this page also lists the settings that we have made so far. So if there's any setting that you want to change, you can always return to the previous page where you made the relevant settings, changing by clicking the previous button. So if you're not going to make any changes, you can confirm all of the settings, and that way we can complete the installation by clicking the Finish button. As you can see, the download starts, and just like before, this process may take a while, so I'm just going to stop the screen recording at this point, and when the installation is complete, we'll continue where we left off. All right, my friends, my installation is complete. I hope yours went well. So here I'll just press the Finish button. And as you can see, to create a new project or open an existing project in Android Studio, more precisely, this will be the first screen that we encounter every time that we open Android Studio. But in any event, we can create a new project here. So I'll choose from here the Create New Project option. So from this page, we'll choose a template for Android project that we're going to create. So first I want to have a look around at the different tabs here. So as you know, Android operating system is used not only in phones and tablets, but also in watches, televisions, and cars, and, well, many different areas. So it becomes important on which device type that you want the application to work. So you will need to choose a template suitable for the relevant device. Now, since we will develop applications for tablets and phone, well, we're going to choose the Phone and Tablet tab. And of course, there are many different templates in this tab. So Android Studio offers us some ready-made templates so that we can get faster results for the projects that we'll do. For example, if we're going to make an application about Google Maps, right? Well, we can use the template here. Of course, we'll always choose an empty template. If you notice, there is the empty activity option as well. We're also going to talk about the concept of activity a lot from now on, because in Android, the interface design is shown to the users, and the software part related to the interface design constitutes the activity. Now, those might be unfamiliar concepts right now, but we're going to talk about them until, well, forever. So we're going to explore those details in some of the upcoming lessons. Just for now, choose the empty activity option. Press the Next button, and from this page it opens, we will configure the project that we create. So in other words, we determine the name of our project and the programming language right here on this page. So let's make those necessary definitions. So I will specify the name of my project, and here, of course, you can write whatever name you want. But at the same time, the name that you write here will be the name of your application. So for now, I'm just going to write First Project. Now, the second field is the field where we're just specifying the package name of our project. So you can think of the package name as the ID of your application. So generally, project package names are created as com.anything.application name. Okay. So if you just leave this as the example, you wouldn't be able to publish your application on Google Play because Google accepts the expression example as a sample work and would not allow it to be published on Google Play. Therefore, if you do work for a company, you could always write special expressions such as company name or your own surname. So that's why for now, I'm just going to leave the example for now, because I'm not going to be publishing this application anywhere. All right, so the third part in here is the file path, where our project will be saved. So you can save your project to any folder that you want to on your computer, but notice that there are / and project name right at the end of the file path. So in other words, if you change the file path, remember to add / and your project name to the end of the new file path. Otherwise, you won't be able to save your project, okay? So that's why in the beginning, I like to choose defaults. So here in the fourth part, we'll need to choose the programming language that we will use in our project. Now, we will be building our applications using the Kotlin programming language. So that's why I choose Kotlin from here. The fifth partition is the minimum SDK partition. So in other words, from which version of Android will we want the applications that we're going to make run? And we can determine this right from this section here. So as you know, Android is constantly releasing new versions, like Android 9, 10, Android 11. So it's from this section that we can determine the minimum Android level that the applications that we will make are going to work on. For example, if we choose Android 8, well, the application that we will make will also work on Android 8, Android 9, Android 10, and Android 11. So that's why the version that you choose refers to the minimum Android version. So if you notice, when I choose any version, Android Studio tells us just below what percentage of Android devices this application will run on. So if you are going to publish your app on the Play Store, you can choose a lower Android version from this section. So of course, at this point, I also need to point out the following. Since some codes are updated with each new version of Android, choosing the lowest Android version can sometimes cause us problems. So that's why I generally choose API level 23. Of course, we can change these settings later, my friends. It's not a do or die situation right here, okay? You can choose any version, as we're just currently doing sample projects. Just want to flag that up for you. So now finally a checkbox gets created, and here we can use Android's old library, Android support. But we're not going to choose this option because we will use the Android X library. And this is the current library of Android. So that's what we'll be using in our projects, my friend, the current library of Android, this Android X library. All right, so now let's create our first project, or, well, my first project, by clicking the Finish button. So here, the creation of this first project may take a little while. It's also related to the speed of your computer. Now, you may also encounter an assistant like this when any invocation or update is made in Android Studio. So you can review this document. You can also close this window just by clicking the Assistant tab here. And on the bottom right part of the interface, we'll see an expression of the build processes of the project. So here, my friends, we don't want to take any action before we see the completion of the project, right? Otherwise, you may encounter some problems, and you don't want to do that right at the beginning. So again, just by opening the Build tab here, we can see whether the project is completed or not. All right, so when the project is completed, or if any error is encountered, you can see these processes right here in this section. The process of creating the project may take some time again, so that's why I'm just going to stop the screen recording here, and when the project is completed, we'll continue where we left off, my friends. All right? So as you can see, the project has been created. So far, we have installed Android Studio. We've created our first project. So from here, we're going to take a break. In the next lesson, we'll go over all of Android Studio's interface. See you in the next lesson. All right, hello, my friends. Now, in our previous lesson, we completed the installation of Android Studio. So you know what that means. In this lesson, we will examine the interface of Android Studio. All right, so let's get right to it. So, of course, after creating our first project, we encountered a screen like this. So then at this point, I would like to remind you once again, after making sure that your project is fully loaded in the Build section, you must perform the necessary actions. See, because if your project has not been loaded yet, you can wait for the project to load completely without taking any action. All right, so after making that little disclaimer reminder, we can now examine the interface of Android Studio. All right, so if you have a look, we can actually break down this interface into 4 different parts. So the first part is, well, this is the part where we're going to do the coding and the necessary designs for our projects. Now, if you notice, there are 2 tabs here. First of these is a main activity, and this is what we're going to use when we write code. And the second one is the XML file that we can design for our project. Now, while developing an Android application, we first create the design of the application that we're going to make, and then we can write all the necessary coding for this design. So, in fact, this section is what we will use as the very basis of what we're going to do from here on out. So for now, it's enough to know that this is where we start. So after examining the other parts of the interface, we're going to examine this part in detail. So in other words, we'll come back to it. Now, the section here on the left is the section where the project files are located. So if you see this part differently, you can just click on the part that says Android above. So here on your screen, it might say project instead of Android. Okay, so you can choose the Android option from the pop-up that opens, and here's a little menu. And let me just talk about this a little bit. So when we create a project in Android Studio will also create many different files related to our project for us, just automatically. So that way we have the opportunity to run our project on different platforms, share it with different people, or even publish our project. So this feature is the main reason why we use IDEs like Android Studio instead of a simple text editor when coding. So if the project is selected instead of Android here, we will view all the created project files in here. Of course, this kind of creates a complex view because while developing applications, we're not actually going to be using every file that is automatically created. Therefore, for a simpler view, just make sure that the Android option is selected here. So if we examine the project directory here, a new folder has been created under a Java folder with the package name that we specified when creating the project. And just below the package folder, the Kotlin class, that is main activity, where we will do the coding, right, has been created as well. So when we develop an app, we will make our applications where we will need more than one class, yeah? So here are the Kotlin classes that we will create for this stage. Now, you may not know the concept of each of the classes right now, but don't worry. We will learn these terms in detail throughout our upcoming lessons. Now, we also talked about the design file. So where is this design file, you might ask? Well, if you look a little further down the project directory, you will see a folder named Res has been created. And this is actually the resources folder. Maybe I should call it Reese. But then I think of peanut butter cups. Okay, so this is the folder, in any event, where the design files, images, colors, writing styles, and themes related to our project are kept. So we're going to dig into these in detail too in the future. I want you to also have a look in the layout folder here. There's the design file of our application. So now if you close the main activity class and the activity main.xml file right there next to them by pressing the X sign, you can open them up again from the project directory. So we can also collapse and expand the part reserved for the project directory. For this, you can position your mouse on the line between project panel and main panel. Now notice that the cursor has changed, right? So you can expand or collapse the project panel by dragging it to the right or the left. You can also close and open your project panel completely. For that, you just press the minimize icon here. If you want to open the project panel again, you can just click on the project tab here. All right, my friends, so that's pretty much the project panel. So now we can look at the menu bar at the top of the interface. So here you can see many windows and many interfaces. From the File tab to the Help tab. Okay, so first we can examine the File tab. As you can see, there are many features in here, but we will examine the features that we will use just, for the outset. During the course, we will, of course, examine the other features as we need them. So first off, you can create a new project by using the New and New Project options here. By using the Open option, you can open up a project that you have created before. You can also close your open project by just using the Close Project option. You can use the Settings option here to make the necessary settings for Android Studio. Of course, some of our friends will be using the Macintosh OS. So we can, or you can, anyway, click on the Android Studio icon that's just to the left of the File tab and select Preferences from the pop-up menu that opens there. All right, so now let's go ahead and open up the Settings screen. Now you can search for the feature that you want to, because there's a very clever search bar here. For example, size of text in the area where we will be coding can be quite small. So I'll just enlarge the text so that you can see it better. All right, so for this, I just type font in the search bar. And as you can see, when you type font, the relevant features become available. So in order to change the necessary features, I'll first delete the text font from the search bar. Thus, the relevant fields become active. So now you can change the font from the font section here. You can also enlarge the size of text from the size section just below. So I'm going to set the font size to 18. Press OK or Apply at the bottom right. And that applies the changes. So as you can see, the text can be more readable now. Of course, you don't have to make it that big. I'm just doing it in a way so that you can see it easier. But now I want to look at another feature. I'll go back to the search bar and type in theme. All right, so using this feature, you can change the interface theme to dark mode or light mode, depending on your preference. All right, so let's examine the SDK section and finish the settings. So I'm writing SDK into the search bar. Here you can see SDK. And there are also 3 tabs just below. So the first is SDK Platforms. If there were any problems during the installation, we could download the SDK that we need from here. As you can see, here's the installed statement. If you happen to have an other statement, you should tick the checkbox here and press the apply button. And that way you just reinstall SDK. Just installs what's necessary. So I open up the second tab, SDK Tools. As you can see, there are 4 tools installed here. If you're missing any of these, if it's not installed or if it needs to be updated, just go ahead and tick this checkbox here and press the apply button. Now, of course, some of our friends are going to be using AMD processors, so you will need to select the Android Emulator Hypervisor driver for AMD processors. Such an option that you can check here. Now, I actually should mention that we are going to test the different applications that we develop on virtual devices that Android offers to us. These are typically called emulators, right? So these emulators use virtualization technology. Therefore, virtualization technology must be active on your computer. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to install the emulator. Now, I shared the steps that you need to do to activate the virtualization feature of your computer as an information note in our next lessons, but I just want to give you a heads up. This feature is usually active on computers that already have an Intel processor. Okay, but computers with AMD processors, we might have to change it manually. So just keep that in mind. So yeah, let's continue. We can also install Google Play services and USB driver tools here. That way, if you want to test your projects on your Android device instead of on an emulator, you can always install these tools. So for this, I'll just tick the checkbox and click on Apply. Click OK. And accept the necessary licensing agreements. So when you click the Next button, the necessary installation process begins. And of course, my friends, if you encounter any errors during the installation process, if the necessary tools are not properly installed, well, you can just go back to the Settings section and complete your installation. All right, so now that the download process is over, I'll just press the Finish button. And sure enough, my friends, that completes this edition of the Settings Show. Now let's have a look at some of these other tabs that we're going to use. So I want to show you the View tab. So by using this tab, you can toggle many views in the interface. For example, by using the Tool Window tab here, we can open and close the tools on the edges of the interface. And again, from the Appearance section here, you can choose which tools that you want to appear on the interface. For example, if we select the toolbar from here, the Save the Project, Open an Existing Project, or Reload the Project icons will appear on the interface. The View tab is, well, generally like this, so I don't think I have to do anything more here because we're actually not going to use these other tabs here much, but you never know. So you can open those and close those in your own time. But I just wanted to let you know where they are. So finally, though, I do want to show you the Build tab here because sometimes after the project is created, well, you might get an error or two. So in that case, you may need to rebuild your project. So to rebuild a project, you can just use the Rebuild Project tab here, and it'll allow you to rebuild your project. There may be some other situations where you need to restart your project, so you can always restart the project by selecting the Invalidate Caches and Restart, which is the option here under the File tab. And but don't worry, I'm going to explain this section in the tutorial where we will install the emulator, all right? So don't get too carried away. So why don't we go ahead and examine a little bit of the design area. So for this, I want to open the activity main.xml file. If you want to, we can close the project panel and you can see it more easily. All right, so that looks better. So we're only looking at the design space now, right? So we can get the design space a little closer, a little bit broader, a little bit fuller. And we can examine this design area by breaking it down into 4 different sections. The first is this palette section, upper left, okay? Here are the components that we're going to use while we're designing. For example, we'll access many components from here, such as buttons, text views that we can write text into, and image view components that we can add images to. And of course, we'll be using them, and I'll be showing you some of the details in the following lessons. So this is just a brief overview with some general info. So we can actually move any of the components here to the design area just by dragging and dropping. Also, if you click on the eye icon here and select the Show System UI option, you'll get a real Android phone screen. So you can make your designs that much better. There are also a couple of views in the design area. We don't really use the blue area. We'll only be doing our designing in the white area. So in order to edit this, I can click on the Select Design Surface icon here. And then when you select Design from here, only the white design area appears. And if you select the Blueprint option, only the blue design area will appear. And then if you select both sections will appear in the design area. But since we are doing our designs using just the white area, I will just choose the design option here. All right, so I'm going to delete the text view component where the Hello World text is written. This you can click on the component and press the delete key on your keyboard. If you press Control and Z, you can always undo your actions. Or after selecting the component, you can just right-click with the mouse and select the delete option. So I couldn't exactly select the component. Did you see that? So I'll zoom in on the area and select it. Yeah, okay, see. Got to be a little closer sometimes. So finally, you can select and delete the component from the component tree section, which is the second part of the design area. That was a smooth segue, huh? So again, to add components to the design area, you can just drag and drop the component that you choose from the palette section to the component tree section. Now the component tree is where the components that we use in the design area are located for your design use. And we can select the components from the design area. We can also select them from the component tree, change their required properties. We can also change the properties of the components from the attribute section located on the far right. Now to change any feature of a component, for example, the text size or the color, after selecting the component from the design area or the component tree, we can find the feature that we want right here from the attribute section and make any changes that we want to. And of course, we'll be doing all of these processes in detail later on, but now you know where they're located. So I do want to tell you this, though. If you notice, the design file is actually a .xml file. So in other words, an XML code is actually created for all the components that we'll be using while designing. And here are all the properties of the components as well. For example, to add a button to the design area, we can add the button from the palette by dragging and dropping, or we could create it by writing the XML code. And for that, we can just open the split or code tabs on the upper right corner. And if we open the code tab, we will only see the section where the XML codes are written. So if we open the split section, we can see both XML and design. So if you open up the design tab, you can only see the design area. And then if you notice, the XML codes for the button that we created are automatically generated. Cool. So in our next lessons, we will learn how to create the components using XML. But My friends, you can see Android Studio's interface is pretty easy and fun to navigate around. I've shown you most of the parts that we're going to be using frequently throughout this course, so we will get into the details in the future. All right, my friends, so we've made all the necessary preparations to develop our applications using Kotlin. So now we can just, well, now that we're all set up, we can just focus on learning the Kotlin programming language. So the way that's going to go is teach you Kotlin, then we'll develop Android applications using Kotlin. So therefore, I will install the emulator after we hit up some of this Kotlin language, okay? So we'll take a short break here, and I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello, friends. So we examined the interface of Android Studio in our previous lesson. So in this lesson, when we install the Android virtual device, that is the emulator, it'll allow us to test the applications that we make. So let's get started. I know you're ready. So first we'll open up Android Studio. For Android Studio, you can create a shortcut to the desktop, or you could pin it to the taskbar. So this way you can open it, well, quicker, easier, whatever you like. Now, before creating a new project, let's look at how we can open a project that we created earlier. So the section that you see here is the section where the projects you have created before are listed. If a project you've done before appears in this area, well, you can open up your project just by clicking on the project with the mouse. So if the project that you want to open does not happen to appear in this area, there is another way. You got to select the Open option up here. So you can open any project on your computer just like that, right? So this is where you're going to need to know the file path. In other words, where your project was saved. So here I want to just give you a little reminder. After installing Android Studio, when creating the first project, we had to specify the folder where the files will be saved. You might have thought I was a little, well, obvious there when I was telling you you've got to remember. You've got to call it something that you're going to remember, right? Anyway, your projects are saved to that file path that you specified at that stage. So if you know where your project has been saved, at this point, you're going to need to access the folder that contains your project. As you can see, I've accessed the first project that we created, the first project file. So you have to make sure that your project is selected here. You shouldn't have to scroll down the triangle, this little disclosure triangle here. You shouldn't have to really open that to the left of your project. You just have to choose the project file, right? So after making sure that the project file is selected, we can open up our project just by pressing the OK button. All right. So let's create a new project. To create a new project, we got to select the New Project option from here. And as from this section, I will select the phone and tablets and the empty activity option. I'll press the Next button. Now in this window, we can configure our project, so let's do that. Project name may be My Android Project. And of course, you could give it any name that you want, but just remember what it is. Now from this section, you can change the package name of your project, or it can stay that way for now. I'm not going to change the file path where the project will be saved, but if you do need to change it, you can just click on the file icon here, select the file that you want to save. Then after specifying the file path, remember to write / and project name at the end of the file path. See, the programming language will be Kotlin. And the minimum SDK, well, that's got to be 23. And then finally, I'll create my new project just by clicking the Finish button. So when you open your project, Android Studio is going to show you a little tip. And the tip window contains tips of the day. So you can read it, but I usually just check the Don't Show Me No Tips box. And Well, I just don't want this window to open up every time. You are more than welcome to have it open every time. Give you a tip. Okay. Now, we have to wait for our project to be fully created. We should not take any action before our project is completely created, though. Right? We'll just let it happen. So now our project has been created successfully. And before moving on to the emulator installation, I would like to talk just a little bit about one more thing. In order to use the emulator, the virtualization technology must be enabled on your computer. Now, most new computers have this technology enabled by default. It may not be enabled on some AMD processors, but you might as well find out, right? So just go ahead and look in your task manager. I'm just typing here task manager in the search bar, open up task manager, and I'll open the performance tab. And yeah, there's all kinds of information here, but as you can see, it appears that there is virtualization enabled. So if virtualization technology doesn't happen to be enabled on your computer, you've got to do this by accessing the computer's BIOS menu. Shouldn't be too difficult. Opening the BIOS menu may differ, though, between different computers, depending on so many different things. So by examining the document, I will add after this lesson. Please remind me to do that now. You don't have to. I've already done it. You can have the information about opening your BIOS menu. All right. Or, you know what? As a result of a simple search on the internet, according to the brand and model of your computer, you can find out pretty quickly. But I don't want to prolong this any further. You just have to know. Okay. Now, probably the majority of you have this feature enabled. Still just need to point it out. You can also access detailed information about emulator installation by examining the link that I will also leave under this lesson. So why don't we just get to the emulator installation? So we can now start the setup of the Android virtual device. So once in Android Studio, to create a virtual device or to start an existing virtual device, we need to click the phone icon on the top right of the interface. So notice, when I move the mouse cursor over to the phone icon, AVD Manager appears. So if you click on this phone icon, the AVD Manager window opens. Also, you can open the AVD Manager by selecting the tools from the menu bar and selecting the AVD Manager option here. So with these two different ways, you can open the AVD Manager window. And the window shows our virtual devices. Of course, since I've created two virtual devices before, these virtual devices appear here for me. As I currently do not have any Android virtual devices, no virtual devices are shown in this window. You may see one virtual device on your screen by default, but it doesn't really matter because we're going to create a new virtual device together right now. So to do that, I will click the Create Virtual Device button right here to create the virtual device. So this button may appear at the bottom of your left screen. And when you click it, a window opens like this. So this is the first step in creating this virtual device. Now, on the left of the window that opens, you're going to see a number of categories. Now, as you know, the Android operating system is an operating system that can be used in televisions, phones, watches, tablets, even cars. You should choose a category according to which platform you're going to make your application for, right? So since we're going to be making applications that can run on the phone, I'm going to choose the phone option. But later on, we'll see phones built by Google. You can choose any virtual device here. However, it may be better if you choose any of the devices with the Play Store application installed. That way, we're going to be able to produce an application, and there may be some things we have to do in the Play Store to do different things with the application. So just giving you a heads up there. Now, I usually choose the devices that have the Play Store application already installed. So you can also see the size and the resolution of the virtual devices from here. What else? So taking these features into account, you can choose pretty much any virtual device. I generally prefer the Nexus 5X virtual device because, well, both the Play Store application is installed and the resolution and size are ideal. So after selecting the Nexus 5X virtual device, I'll press the Next button and down here, bottom right. So when we click on the Next button, the window with Android versions opens. Now, at this point, we can determine which version of Android that we want to have installed on our virtual device. You know what I mean? The most current version right now is Android 11 or Android R, my friends. So usually we are going to select the most current version, but you can download other versions as well. In fact, to download any version, just click the download option right here. So as soon as you click it, the download will start automatically. And this process may take a little while, so yeah, I'm just going to stop screen recording, and when the download's complete, we'll pick up right where we left off. All right, my friends, the download's complete, so I press the Finish button. Thus, the version of the Android that we downloaded will be installed on your virtual device. So now, after downloading the Android 11 version, we'll just press the Next button again. This step is the last step in the process of creating a virtual device, in case you're wondering. You can also name your virtual device from this window that opens up. However, we usually use virtual devices with the default name here. You might know why. You can also specify the startup orientation of your virtual device from here. And here we can also choose the portrait option in general. That's what I'll do. And yeah, we can now create our virtual device by clicking on the Finish button. So as you can see, our virtual device has been created. Now at this point in time, I will show you how you can delete a virtual device that you've created from before. So we click on the gray triangle at the end of the line here where each virtual device is shown. Clicking it opens some views, and if you select the Duplicate option, you can create a copy of your existing virtual device. If you choose the Delete option at the bottom, you will completely delete that virtual device that you've created. And if you choose the Wipe Data option, well, you're going to delete all the data on your virtual device. Now, sometimes we can use this option because as we develop projects and test them on our virtual device, the size of the virtual device on the disk increases and kind of begins to slow down. So if you ever get stuck in that situation, you might just want to clean out your virtual device. All right, so why don't we run our virtual device right now? So to launch the virtual device, simply press a triangle that looks like the play icon here. And by clicking this triangle, you're going to launch the virtual device. Now, again, this process may take some time, my friends. All right, so at this stage, you just got to be patient and don't skip any steps. But as you can see, the virtual device is just like a real phone. Of course, the installation process takes a really long time. So I'm going to speed up this part a little bit so that the duration of our lesson doesn't extend beyond what's, for real. All right, cool. So our virtual device is now turned on. So firstly, let's log into the Play Store using our email address. So I'll press the Sign In button. And you can write your email address in the field here. So after typing your email address, just click the Next button. Next up, we need to accept the Google Play Terms of Agreement. And we must also accept the rules of Google services. As you can see, we can now access the application we want from here, just as if we open the Play Store application on a real device. I still trip out on that. Of course, I explain these steps for you right now, but that's cool. It's not really necessary to know about for your application development, but for me, I like to know where I'm going, right? Also, I really don't recommend installing and running any application from the Play Store on your virtual device, just in case you're tempted, because, well, the virtual device kind of works slowly. It's really not for that. There's really no need to slow down by installing more apps anyway. So why don't we take a brief look at some of the other features of your virtual device. You can turn on your emulator device on and off using the power button here. You can increase or decrease the volume of the device. You can take the phone in portrait or landscape mode. So here you can see the back, home page, and overview buttons. And look at this, by pressing the More option here, we can access other features. Yeah, you can use maps here. And here again, you can see cellular, battery status. From here, you can access the camera of your virtual device. So again, there's an area where you can make virtual calls. Now, of course, we're not going to be using these features throughout this course, but I'm just showing you because it's kind of fun to have a tour, yeah? So let's close this window now by pressing on the X in the upper right corner. And from here, if you swipe up with your mouse, you can access the apps on the phone. All right, so, hey, that's the installation of the virtual device. There you go, now you know. Now, how can we run our project, the one that we're going to make on a virtual device? Well, there is an answer to your very good question. First of all, we can minimize our virtual device by clicking the minimize icon here. Now, in future, when we're having our lessons, we're going to make some applications and we'll need to test these applications right here on the virtual device. So notice here, we see the virtual device that we have just completed in the setup, right? If we had more than one virtual device, or if we connected a real Android device, we would be able to see all of the devices here. Now, which device you're going to want to test your application on? You should choose that device. Makes sense? But since we only have one virtual device, for now, I'll just choose an Nexus 5X device. Then just press the green triangle icon here to run the application and test it out. If you want, let's add a button to the design area before testing the project. All right, so first we'll click on the eye icon here. And from here, let's select the Show System UI option. So the design area will look like a real phone screen. So now let's delete the text view component here. For this, after selecting the text view component, you can just press the delete key on the keyboard, or you can select the delete option after right-clicking with the mouse. So now let's add a button to the design area. I select the button component from the palette and drag it to the design area. Now, you don't need to do this. I'm just showing you how to test a project on a virtual device, because you're going to get there, believe me. So we learn these in detail in the upcoming lessons. I'm just, again, giving you that bird's eye view. Now let's change some properties of the button in the attributes section. So we can increase the width of the button. I make the width of the button 300 dp. I'm changing these features quickly. Don't worry. You're going to learn them all in detail. You don't have to pause or nothing. Let's just make the background color of the button red. Now, to change the property of component, you must make sure that you select the relevant component from the design area or component tree. We can change the text on the button. For example, let's write Hello World. After changing any property you want, you can apply the change to the component by pressing the Enter key on the keyboard. Why don't we go ahead and change the size of the text Hello World. All right, cool. So I'm going to make the text style feature bold, actually. And finally, determine the constraint values of our button. For this, you can use the infer constraint option here, all right? In our constraint layout lesson, we're going to go through all of the different parameters here. Yeah, so let's run the test application now. So I'm pressing the green triangle right here, just below the interface. We can see that the application starts to run. Now, the first time you run your project, you might have to wait a bit to load. Might take some time to run it, you know. So as you can see, our application open. We can also see the button we created in the design area from the virtual device. And of course, we haven't written any code yet. I simply showed you how to run a project on a virtual device, right? So in the upcoming videos and in the next lessons, we're going to write code along with the design. So right now, let's terminate the project we're running. And in order to terminate a project, all you have to do is press the red square icon here. Pressing this will stop your running project. So just press the green triangle to run the project again. So yeah, in this lesson, we have now set up our virtual device and learned how to test our project on a virtual device. So we're going to take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we'll continue to review Android Studio. All right? See you in the next one. Well, hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to install Genymotion, which is another emulator. So Android virtual devices may not work correctly on some friends' computers, so you can use the Genymotion emulator as a secondary device if you'd like. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to install the Genymotion emulator. Now, if you've successfully created the Android virtual device, you can skip this tutorial, or you can still create and use a Genymotion emulator. Either way, you're going to learn something. So first up, let's open up the web browser of your choice. And I'll just type in download Genymotion in the search bar. I then hit enter on the keyboard and go to the Genymotion site right here. All right. So my friends, if you pay attention here, there are Genymotion's download links for Windows, Mac, and Linux. Now, since as you might have noticed, my system is Windows 64-bit, well, that's what I'm going to download for my Windows machine. So just make sure that you download what you need for your machine. Also, can you see there are two different options here, without VirtualBox and with VirtualBox? If you have a VirtualBox installed on your computer, you can select the without VirtualBox option from here. Since there is no VirtualBox on my computer, I'm going to choose the with VirtualBox option here, my friends, and maybe that's what you'll do as well. So pressing the button here starts the necessary download process. Now the download may take some time, so therefore I'm just going to stop the screen recording and then pick it up when we get back. Now the download's complete. We will continue from where we left off, my friends. So before proceeding with the installation process, I would like to mention one more thing. If you pay attention, here are some system requirements for using Genymotion. For example, for Windows, you must have a computer with Windows 8, Windows 8.1, or Windows 10 installed. Also, your computer must have a 64-bit operating system. And again, virtualization technology needs to be enabled, my friends. And we'll also need more than 4 gigs of RAM. And you can install Genymotion just by considering these system requirements and just proceed after, or maybe you already know what they are. But in any event, it's always good to know. So I'll click on the arrow icon here and select the Show in Folders option. Yeah, so the file with the extension .exe that we've downloaded is here. I'll double click on this file with the mouse, and here the operating system will ask, do you allow this app to make changes to your device? It asks a question. I answer with the press of the yes button. All right, so now I'll select the installation language. It's going to have to be English. And here it shows the file path where the files will be saved. So I'll press the next button again, press the next button again, and next again. And finally, I get to the install button to press, and that's what begins the installation process. Now, this might take a little time, so I'll just speed it up from here. All right, so now we get to the VirtualBox installation. All right, so I'll just press the next button, and I'll press the next button again. Press the next button again. So finally, I'll press a yes button from here, and now I can start the installation of VirtualBox just by clicking on the install button. All right, very good. So we've successfully completed the VirtualBox installation. So here I'll press the finish button. All right, so that installs Genymotion. All right. So my friends, let's open the desktop and see if a shortcut for Genymotion has been created. Whoa, look at that. As you can see, a shortcut has been created for Genymotion and for VirtualBox. So let's run Genymotion. I'll press the finish button in the installation wizard. Okay, so as you can see, Genymotion is starting up. So in order to use Genymotion emulators, we're going to need to create an account. Now, if you do happen to have a Genymotion account that you've created before, well, you can just enter your email and password from here. But if you don't have any Genymotion account, not to worry. We've got to create a new account just by clicking the Create Account button here. Now, when you click this button, the Register page opens. And we must enter the necessary information and just go through the fields here. So yeah, I'm writing my email address, and I'll set in a password. And you can choose your country. And again, you can select the Test Automation for Continuous Integration option. And this is the usage type in this field, right? Finally, you can choose Others as company type. And after filling in the required fields, we need to check the checkboxes here. All right, so after accepting the necessary contract terms, there's the Create button. And yeah, see, Create Account becomes active. So then you click this button, and then a verification link is sent to the email address that you used for registration. So I'm hoping that I either didn't mistype it or you're not using a dummy account. So we need to open up that email address and click on the verification link. So I'm going to click here, and as you can see, the activation process has been completed. And that was a success story. So now we can start using the Genymotion emulator using the registered email address and password. So I got to write my email address in this field again, and I'll write my password in this field. Press on the next button. So here I got to choose the personal use option, right? I'll press the next button. Now from this page, we need to accept the user license again. All right. So after I check this box, I can press the next button. All right, so we have now completed the Genymotion installation. Now let's create the Genymotion emulator. So by clicking the button here, you can access all emulators. So from here, you can choose any emulator you want. For example, let's use the Google Nexus 5 emulator. So from here, we need to select the emulator that you want and press the next button. Thus, the emulator installation begins. And again, the process may take some time, so I'm just going to stop screen recording right now. And when the installation process completes, we'll continue right from where we left off. Hey, that was quick. So my friends, the installation process is now complete. You can now run the emulator by clicking the Start button here. But before I run the emulator, I do want to show you one more thing. If you click on the three dots here, you can see some options related to the emulator. You can run the emulator by clicking the Start option here. Or you can rearrange the emulator by clicking the Edit option here. So if you click Delete again, you can delete the emulator. You can also create another copy of your emulator by clicking on the Duplicate option here. You can use the options here, as many as you need. But for right now, Let's just run the emulator. So for this, I'll choose the Start option. Of course, you may encounter an error when you run the emulator for the first time. So I want to show you this error and a few of the solutions in a little while, all right? But during the start of the emulator, the operating system might give you some different warnings. Just press the yes button. So here's an error. Now, you may not have encountered this particular one, but usually when we run the emulator for the first time, this error may occur. So to solve this error, we just need to click the link here. As you can see, this page shows the situations that can cause the error and their solutions. Now, as I mentioned earlier, virtualization technology has to be enabled on your computer. Now, if you are sure about this, you can move on and look at some of these other solutions. You can see there are multiple solutions here, so you got to try them thoroughly and use the solution that is most suitable for you. This is not a course on troubleshooting, but I'll give you an example. I've implemented solution number 1, and that made the emulator work. So probably many of you will run the emulator successfully when you follow this solution number 1. So I would also recommend closing and reopening Genymotion after following any of the solutions. So this will take into account any changes that you make. As you can see, my emulator works. Now let's see what we can use this emulator and how to use this emulator in Android Studio. So I want to open Android Studio. And as you can see, as soon as we run the emulator, Android Studio automatically detects it, and the running emulators are listed right here. So from here, you can just choose the emulator that you want to run your project on. All right, my friends, that's how to install and use Genymotion emulator, which you can use instead of or alongside the Android virtual device. So use Android virtual device if you want, or Genymotion emulator if you want. The choice is entirely yours. I generally tend to use Android virtual device throughout the course, just so you know, but whatever. We'll take a short break here. See you in the next lesson. All right, well, hello everyone. I'm going to give you some information about the Gradle build system in this video. But before we start, I want to show you Gradle files on Android Studio. So let's go to Android Studio right now. All right, so you can see the Gradle files on the left side. And there are 2 important Gradle files for us in that level. These are the build.gradle project my Android project file and the build.gradle module my Android project.app file. Now, before we get into those files, I do want to say a little something about Gradle. Gradle is basically a building system that automates the build of Android application development. Gradle makes testing, building, debugging, and releasing a whole lot easier. Gradle also makes it easier to add new libraries to our project in Android Studio. So the first page here, Build Gradle, my first application page, is about which version of the Gradle system. So the Gradle version here may be different for you. It doesn't really matter. Important thing is to know what Gradle version that you have and that it is here. Also, if you notice, the line where the Gradle version is shown by the code editor is highlighted in bold. Well, that's because there is a new Gradle version, and we need to update the Gradle version as well. Now, there is a place that asks you to update when you open any project in Android Studio. Just make sure to do this update, my friends, before you start work, okay? You got to always work with up-to-date libraries. It's just better that way. All right, so in order to do that, just follow me. I'll move my cursor over the line that needs to be updated. Current version is automatically shown to us by the code editor. Then from here, I'll click the change to 7.0.1 expression. And as you can see, the Gradle version has now changed, but we do need to report this action to our entire project. Okay, very important. So notice here when we made this change, the Sync Now button appears in the upper right corner of the interface. So by clicking this button, we actually synchronize a change we made with our project. Now, I probably heard some of you thinking, well, hey, what's going to happen to me if I don't click the Sync Now button? Well, the changes aren't going to be detected by your project, and that's going to be a problem later. So I'll just press the Sync Now button. And as you can see, the synchronization process starts up. And synchronization is pretty much a short process. It generally completes in 5 to 10 seconds. And as you can see here, the synchronization process is now finished. So now our Gradle version's up to date. And now let's have a look at the other Gradle file. So the most important page for us here for now is the Build Gradle Module app page. So this page is about our application and its features. You can see some values here, and I'll just take a minute to explain these values and what they mean. So have a look at the first one. It's compile SDK version. All right. So this value determines which API level features we can use. For example, if this value is 25, we will not be able to use API 28 level features, right? You see how that works. If this API level is higher, then our application will have some more of these advanced features. Now, the second one is the application ID. So this is a unique value, right? So for this application, this particular one, com.example.myandroidproject. So when we upload this application on Google Play, it will be known by this ID in Google Play. The third one is the minimum SDK version. So this value determines which API level and above can work in our application. All right. Tends to be a lower value. So for this application, it is 23. So that means that this application will not work with API level 21 and lower. And the other one is the target SDK version. So this value indicates that my application works well at this API level. And we should also give the min SDK value as, well, you know what? Let's just make it as small as possible. And the compile SDK also pretty much as big as possible, right? Also, the compile SDK and the target SDK needs to be the same value. Now, here's another value. It's version code. And you're going to see this code when you publish your application on Google Play. Now, it has to be integer values like 1, 2, 3, etc. It continues. So after you publish your application on Google Play, if you change something in your app and you want to upload your new version, you must increase this value. Otherwise, Google Play will not accept your new version of the application. Now, the version name is, of course, when people want to update the app on their phone, they will see this value. It's kind of unimportant, actually, for Google Play, but people will see this value, so that makes it important. It can be 1.0, 1.1, and it goes up from there. So when you update your app, you should give a new version name for the people who are actually downloading your app. Makes sense? So when you change value in Gradle, you're going to see the Sync Now button. So after you click this button, it's going to change everything to the new values. All right? Cool. So lastly, we do need to talk about dependencies. Now, this part in Gradle is for libraries. If you want to add a new library to your project, you're going to use this part. So Android Studio and Gradle make it very easy to add new libraries. But before, Android Studio was not so easy. Now you just add the library code dependencies section and click the Sync Now button, and bada boom, you're done. Now, after that, everything about that library will be added to your project automatically. How great is that? So my friends, I think that's enough talk about Gradle for now. Why don't we just take a short break here, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, hello everyone. So let's talk about the Android manifest file just for a minute. All right, so Android manifest file. This is an XML file. It's one of the most important parts of the Android application project. In fact, we can access the basic information of our application from this file. We can also get the basic permissions for the application in this file. So after this basic information about the manifest file, well, why don't we just get to Android Studio and we'll talk about it as we go along. So I'll open up Android Studio. Now, first of all, let's close the Gradle windows that we opened in the previous lesson if you've still got them open. So to do that, you just simply click on the X icon next to the tabs. Now let's open the project directory as well. Yeah. All right. So you can find the manifest file under the app folder on the left side of the Android Studio. So when I open up the manifest file, you can see that its extension is .xml. Now, if you look at this file carefully, you're going to see the package name. It's com.example.myandroid project. Ring a bell? We spoke about that package name before. All right, so let's examine some important lines here. So I want you to notice there are two lines here, the Android icon and the Android round icon. So we determine the icon of our Android application on the phone in these lines. Now, before API level 25, there was only the Android icon feature, and app icons could be displayed in square form. But as of API 25, the Android round icon feature has also been added. Therefore, your app icons will appear square on phones prior to API level 25 and round on phones using API level 25 and later. Okay? So adding icons is also very easy, actually. We'll learn about this in greater detail coming up, but I just wanted to briefly touch on it. And I'll show you how it works. We'll choose a picture for our Android application. After that, we put this picture in the bitmap folder. And we write the picture name on this line. And if we do not choose any picture for our application, by the way, Android Studio chooses a default icon, and that is the Android robot icon. All right, so the other important line is the Android label line. So this line is for how our Android application name will be seen on the phone. And if we change this label, then our application name will also change on the phone. Now, if you remember, when we created a project, we defined the application name as My Android Project. But we see the @string/app name here. Well, this is because the app name is a string expression, and the string expressions are saved in the string.xml file in Android Studio. So we can see the application name from the string file. If we open the res folder, then the values folder, and finally the string.xml file from the project directory, we can see that the application name is located there. You can change the application name at any time right in here. We're going to examine the string.xml file here in our next lesson, though. So also check this out. All of our activity files are defined in the manifest file. So we have just one activity for this project, right? And you see it is defined in the manifest file in the activity line as .mainActivity. So it's defined as a launcher activity in the category line. If we create new activities and want one of these activities launcher activity, well, we should determine it as a launcher activity in the manifest file. Launcher activity will launch first when we open the application on the phone. Now, there is another important thing that I need to tell you about when you're talking about the Android manifest file, and that is user permissions. So when you develop an Android application, it's going to use some of the device features, right, such as a camera, the Wi-Fi, phone numbers, microphone location, that kind of thing. Now, you cannot reach those features without the user's permission, right? So first, you've got to get permission from the user. So you'll be able to take these permissions in the manifest file. Which permission do you want to take from the user? Well, you'll write that in the manifest file. So we do the request for permission from the user as follows. Right above the application tag, we press the less than key on the keyboard and open a new tag. Then we write uses permission. Here you can select the uses -permission. Now this is the option that's suggested by the code editor. Works just great. So then after selecting this, all the permissions you can get are listed all right here, right? So you can see in here which permission you can take from the user, such as access Wi-Fi state. So this permission gives you access to the device Wi-Fi connection. Now, if you take network state permission, your application can use device's mobile internet. For example, if your application makes a phone call, well, you have to take a phone call permission, yeah? So you can take all of these permissions from the manifest file. And when you do get all these permissions in the manifest file, the user will see these permissions before downloading the app from the Google Play Store. I also want to point out that in all XML files, you can press the / key or the shift and less than keys on the keyboard to close a tag you have opened. If you need to write some code in a tag you've opened, well, that is, if the tag will have a body, you should close the tag by pressing the shift and less than keys. Now, if the tag you opened isn't going to have a body, well, it's going to be enough to just close the tag by pressing the / button. Now, another topic here is screen orientation for this level. So when the user opens your app on the mobile device, your application will appear vertical or horizontal. So you can specify this in the manifest file. So when you go into the activity tag, if you write orientation and select the screen orientation option, you can see different options. If you choose a screen orientation as portrait, your application will appear vertical. If you choose a screen orientation landscape, it will appear horizontal. All right, so you can also change your application activity theme in the manifest file. So yeah, I just mean by theme is the top section of the activity. So you see that this is my first application part and it's replaceable. So you can change the text color, the background color, you can add an icon and a whole lot of things. Everything that I've been talking about, you can specify in the theme. You can create a new theme, and after that, you can change it on the manifest file. Don't worry about that, though. We're going to do some examples about these topics in the coming videos. This is just some quick information, and you got it. So I want to see you in the next video. All right, so hello, everyone. I want to speak about resources in Android Studio. So I want to get to Android Studio without losing any more time. Come on, we got a lot to learn here, right? So you know we have opened a project in Android Studio, and we're giving some information about our project file on Android Studio. You can see the resources folder on the left-hand side of Android Studio as a res folder. There are 4 folders under this res folder. These are the drawable folder. We got the layout folder, the map folder, and the values folder. All right. So first, I just want to talk about the drawable folder. So this is the folder that's going to hold pictures for our project. So I'm just going to right-click on the drawable folder and click the Open in Explorer option. Now I can see this folder in the Explorer. There is an XML file inside of it. So I'm going to put pictures, icons, logos, that kind of thing in this folder for use in my Android Studio project. Then when we need the images in the drawable folder, we can use them in the project just by calling their file path. And again, we'll do that in detail in our coming lessons. I just want to show you where we're going. So I'm going to move a picture that I prepared before the lesson into the drawable folder. So for this, I'm just going to copy the picture from another folder and paste it into the drawable folder. Right, so after I close this folder, you can see the picture under the drawable folder in Android Studio. And if I double click it, it's going to open. And then I can use this picture in my project, such as a background image. All right, so I also got to mention that the names of the pictures that you add to the drawable folder must be written in lowercase letters. And if it consists of more than one word, well, you got to separate the words with an underline instead of a space. Otherwise, you may get an error while you're running the application. Also, the size of the pictures you add here shouldn't be too big, my friends. All right? So that might give you an error, when you're especially using high-res images, but let's not worry about that for now. All right? That's the drawable folder. So let's have a look at the layout folder now, all right? So the layout folder holds XML activities files for our Android application. Now, you know that we've got one activity now for this project, and its name is main activity. But there are two parts of this activity. See, one is the XML file, the other is the Kotlin file. The layout folder holds the XML file of the main activity. The main activity.kt file is under the app folder, Java folder, com.example.myandroid project folder. And if we had, of course, other activities, their XML files would have been under the layout folder. And we can work on the activity, whichever we want, right? If we got more, but we don't, so we'll move on. This other folder here is the mipmap folder. So mipmap folder holds pictures and icons like the drawable folder. So if the mipmap folder holds pictures like a drawable folder, why do we have two different folders for the pictures, right? Actually, the mipmap folder is not the same as the drawable folder. How does that work? Well, let's get into it deeper. I'm going to open up the mipmap folder on Explorer. And you can see here that there are 6 different mipmap folders. And those include mipmap any DPI, mipmap HD PI, mipmap MDPI, mipmap XHDPI, mipmap XXHDPI, and mipmap XXXHDPI. So, why you got 6 different mipmap folders? Well, if you look at them carefully, you're going to see that there's the same picture in all of the mipmap folders. So you know that when we spoke about Android applications before, that you can develop Android applications for different screen sizes. You can develop Android applications for small screens and big screens and tablets and Android televisions, for goodness sake. So when you're developing applications, well, if you use the same pictures for every screen resolution, pictures are not going to appear that well for you, and it's going to make you look bad, right? So to solve that problem, Android Studio uses this mipmap folder. Now you are going to use copies of the same image in different resolutions. So on whichever screen size of the device that you're running your application, it's going to use the required photo from the Android Studio mipmap folder. So for example, if your application runs on a small screen device, your application is going to use pictures in the mipmap HDPI folder. Or let's say your application runs on the big screen device. That's going to use pictures in the XHDPI. So your application is going to make this decision automatically, but you also need to write some code for this operation to happen. It doesn't work just automatically, just by putting in the pictures. But again, don't worry about that. We're going to see some examples doing that in the next videos. I'm just giving you some general information about Android Studio, how it works, and what you can do in Android Studio, so you don't even get to worry about it, all right? So let's move on to the last folder. It's the values folder. Now, there are 2 XML files here and 1 theme folder. In previous versions of Android Studio, there was a style.xml file instead of the theme folder. However, in the current versions of Android Studio, the theme folder was created instead of the style.xml file to access the dark theme and the light theme features. All right. So that's all here. We're going to examine that in a moment, but now I'm just going to click and open the colors.xml file first. You can define colors for your project in this XML file. And you see here, there's 7 colors in here. Every color has a code. This code is XML. You can define colors using XML all the way through. You can find every color XML code just out there on the internet. So you don't have to memorize them all if you don't have that capacity. But don't worry about it. You'll choose a color and put its code in this file. That's all. But then after that, you need to give a name to your color. So in here, this name is purple, teal, we got black, and we got white. So when we need any of these colors, we can use the color just by calling the name of the color. Right? That's why we do this. For example, if I want to change my main activity background color, I'm going to go to the activity main.xml. First, I got to choose a main layout. That is the constraint layout, and I'll choose the background attribute in the attribute section on the right side of Android Studio's interface. So after that, a window is going to open, and I can see these names in the color section in this window. Also, there are plenty of other basic colors in here, but there are millions of color code, and you really won't be able to find every single color in Android Studio. So because of this, if you want to use a new color, customize a color, you can define that color in this colors XML file. Then after that, if you just give your color a name, you'll be able to use this name whenever you need it. That's why I'm saying you don't need to remember every bit of color code. So right here, this code, and use it everywhere that you need it. Let me just show you I'm going to add a new color here, just to give you an example. So I'll copy the last line, and I'll paste it into the next line. After that, I'll change the name of the color red, and also change the color code. But we won't be able to know the code of every color. That's why I'm saying, if we know the color code, well, we can just write it here. If we do not know the color code, we can find it on the internet, like I told you before. I wasn't kidding. Or if we click on the color box on the left, a palette's going to open where we can choose a color. It's often a good way to go. So we can choose a color that we want right from here. I'm choosing the color red for now. But note that here is the code for the color I chose. Yeah? All right. So later when I click anywhere outside of the color palette, I'm going to be creating my new color. Now, it's added. See? That's easy. So I'll go back to the activity main.xml, and I'll try to change the background again. And I get to see this new color on the list as a color red. All right, so another XML file is a string.xml file. Of course, you can give a name to every string, word, or sentence. When you need the string or sentence, you can just call it by its name. Also, you can add arrays in here, and after that, you can call it from the Kotlin file. All right. Also, we're going to use this file to design our application for multilingual. I'm not going to explain that right now in this video, but you can see that there are a lot of things that you can do in here and that you've got to learn in the future. So let's move on to the last folder. It's a theme folder, and obviously the folder is for themes. There are 2 different XML files in the theme folder. The first one is for the light mode. The second one is for the dark mode. So it's actually created automatically by Android Studio. In previous versions of Android Studio, there was a style.xml file instead of the theme folder, and the theme was basically created for light mode only. That's why if you're familiar with earlier versions, you might be scratching your head on this, but that's why I've told you a couple of times. Let's open both themes though. So as you can see, both have the same XML code, but only the colors are different. So for this reason, it's going to be enough for us to examine the XML file containing the light theme. So if you pay attention, there are primary and secondary band colors here. We've got the primary band colors are the colors displayed in the design area. For example, color primary is for the app bar in the design area. And the app bar is commonly known as the action bar, if you want to get technical. The color primary variant is also for the color of the top part of the application interface. Color primary defines the color of the application where we write the name of the application section. And when you change these colors from the themes.xml file, all of the application activities app bar colors will change automatically. You can also create a new theme from here and which activity that you want to use. You just change the theme from the manifest file and it'll change. So, like I said, with the new version of Android Studio, it's a whole lot easier to switch to the dark theme if you want. So let's just have a quick look at how you do that. We'll open up the design area, and when you click on the moon icon here, we can see the not night and night options. So if you select the night mode option here, your design area will turn into dark mode, and all the components in the design area will have the dark theme colors applied. So if you click the moon icon again and select the not night option, the colors in the bright theme will be applied to your design area. How sweet it is. All right, my friends, that's all you need to know for now. In our next lesson, though, we're going to learn all of these issues in detail and in practice. All right, so we'll take a short break here. I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, so hello, and what do you think we're going to talk about in this video? I think it's got to be layouts. Yeah, because that way we'll be able to do the design level in Android Studio. But before we get to the design level, we got to learn about layouts in order to design the Android applications, right? So what is this layout thing all about? So layout, it's an interface that we use to place Android components on the Android application, right? So we use layouts to establish components in a particular order. And these components are comprised of buttons, text views, radio buttons, all kinds of different things. There's varieties of layouts. So these are linear layout and relative layout. You got your table layout and constraint layout, right? You might have heard me talk about that before. So these are the main layouts, and we're going to talk about now the first three of these. So in particular, this constraint layout, we're going to leave that to another video. Now, for most of the projects that you're going to do and that you'll surely do with us here, we'll be using the linear layout and the constraint layout. But if you have a table design in your project, you got to use the table layout, right? Now, I want to tell you about all of this through Android Studio, if you will. So why don't we just go to Android Studio right now? So you know that we've got a project. We've done that before. This name is My Android Project, unless you changed it. So let's just close this project right now, and we'll create a new project. So click on the File tab in the upper left-hand corner. Actually, you can create a new project by selecting the new project option, but I'm going to close this project and create a new project. So that's why I'm going to choose Close Project as my option. All right, so as you can see, we've encountered the start screen of Android Studio. And from here, I'll select the new project option. Then from this window, I select the Phone and Tablets tab, and then the Empty Activity option, and press the Next button. Now from this window, we're going to configure our project. So I'll set the name of the project as Layouts. Now I'm not going to change the project package name, and I won't even change the file path where the project will be saved. The programming language will be Kotlin. Minimum SDK level can be 23. All right, so I create my new project just by clicking on the Finish button. All right, now at this stage, we have to wait for the project to be fully created. All right, so here is our project created. Now, when we open a new project in Android Studio, it creates the activity main.xml file. So now I can click this tab and open the design area. Now we're going to do our application design on this page. So first of all, to make the design area look like a phone screen, see this little eye icon here? Click on it and select the Show System UI from here. And as you can see, the action bar, the navigation section, it's all right here. And this page's default layout, well, this happens to be the constraint layout, right? So for now, we will not use the constraint layout, though. We're going to start with a linear layout. So have a look at the components section. All right, you will see the different layout types under the layout section. So before we continue talking about layouts and doing what we're going to do, I'm just going to delete the text view component here. So I'll select the component, press the delete key on the keyboard, and there it goes. Now we're going to continue. So first, I'm going to change the constraint layout. And instead of constraint layout, I will write the linear layout. And I'm going to do this using XML code. So to do that, I'm going to open the XML side just by clicking the Code tab in the right corner up here. Yeah. So this whole thing is a design area, and you've got this Code tab up in the upper right-hand corner. Right. Now you could also click the Split tab for XML and Design to appear side by side together. Also, if you want, well, we could just close the project directory just by pressing the minimize icon right here. All right, so there's a few options for you. Now we're going to move on and change this constraint layout. So for this, I'm going to delete the constraint layout. And after that, I'm just going to write in here, linear layout. Now, when you start writing linear, the code editor offers you linear layout. Pretty cool, huh? So from here, you can just create the linear layout by selecting the linear layout and pressing the Enter key. Very cool. So now our layout is linear. But also we've got to specify its orientation. Can't just leave it like that. So you got to see that there are two different types of linear layout. One is horizontal, the other is vertical. You can specify that by writing the orientation keyword here. Select the Android orientation option, press Enter. So now we've got to select the orientation type. So I'm going to choose vertical as my orientation. So now in this layout, components are placed from the top down. If you choose horizontal orientation, components are going to be placed from left to right. All right, so how does it look? Well, let's go back to the design area and we'll get a closer look at this linear layout. All right, for example, I'm going to put in a text view here. Of course, you may not know the components yet, such as text view and button, and don't worry about it. We're going to learn all these components as we go along in detail. But for now, we are focusing on layout, so just follow me. So if I find the component that we're going to add to the design area, right here from the palette section and select it, I can then just drop it into the component tree here with the drag and drop method. And you see it started from the top. And after that, I will add a button, same way. And you see it's placed under that. So if I add another button, it's placed under the first button. So now I'm going to change the orientation of this linear layout. I'm going to change it to horizontal. Now let's have a look at the design page again. But now, what is that? So did you notice? Only the text view component appears on the screen. Why? I'll get to why in a moment, but now I just want to change the layout width property to wrap content from this attribute section. And now you can see buttons and text views are sorted from left to right. So if I add one more button, it's going to take its place after the second button. All right? So there's a visual understanding of the difference between vertical and horizontal, right? Totally changes what you can see. So before we continue, I'm going to make this orientation back to vertical, and it'll be the way that we work with our linear layout. All right. Now let's have a look into the attributes of the layout, and we'll be able to change them. Now, I ought to mention too the layout width and the layout height. These are two properties here. They are match parent and wrap content in here. So when you choose match parent, what's going to happen? The layout will cover the entire screen. But if you choose wrap content, the layout will be big enough to enclose the whole content. Also, you could get a numerical value for these properties. And what I mean by that is you don't have to choose just match parent and wrap content. For example, let me give a layout width 300 dp and layout height 400 dp. And you see what's happening. Now also you can add more than one layout. I'm going to choose layout width and height match parent. And I'm going to add another layout, but this time its orientation is going to be horizontal. So I added this under the vertical linear layout, see? I will add two text views under this horizontal layout. I will choose layout width wrap content for the horizontal layout. And now you can see these two text views side by side. So in the same way, I'm going to choose layout height wrap content for the horizontal layout. So now you can see the button too. So now these two text views depend on the horizontal layout. The button depends on the vertical layout. Actually, the button and horizontal layout are elements of the vertical layout. Also, the horizontal layout has two more elements that are text views. So now I'm going to add one more button here, and it will take place under the other button. See that? Now also, I could add one more layout. This layout is also a horizontal layout. This layout is the element of the vertical layout. And I will connect these two buttons to this new layout. And I'm going to do that on the XML code side. So I will cut these two buttons, XML code, and paste them inside the layout. See how that works? And also I'll choose layout with wrap content for this. And now we have one main layout and its orientation is vertical. We also now have two child layouts, and their orientation is horizontal. And every horizontal layout has two childs as well. These are buttons and text views. Yeah. People typically say children, but I just wanted to give you that extra bit of clarity. All right, so moving on. So we got the linear layout. We can now continue with the relative layout. So I'm going to delete these components. So to delete any component, by the way, just simply select the component you want to delete, and guess what? Press the delete key on the keyboard. And I'll change the linear layout to the relative layout. So for this, I'm going to open the XML site again. I write relative layout instead of linear layout. And thusly, our main layout in the design area becomes the relative layout. All right, so how does this relative layout work? So let me first of all point out the relative layout is a very old layout, and we're almost never going to use it in our project. But you got to notice that we cannot see the relative layout component in the layout section of the palette, because the relative layout is seriously not used much anymore. It's been moved to the legacy section in the palette, but I still want to give you some information about it because you might come across it at some point. Because when you're working with different Android developers in the future, which you will be doing, you're going to need to use, well, you may need to use a relative layout. At least you may need to know something about it. Anyway, that's enough of an explanation. Let's just examine it quickly. So components are placed by each other's position in the relative layout. I'm going to add two buttons to show you how this relative layout works. You see these two buttons take their place on top of each other because we haven't given them any position, right? So I'm going to change the first button text to be capital letter A, and its ID will be lowercase a. For the second button, I will change its text to be capital letter B, and its ID will be lowercase b. Now I'm going to add this to the XML site. I'm going to find the first button, and I'll add new XML code. And this code is layout center horizontal equals true. So now button A takes the place center of the row. I'm going to add another code line. This time layout center vertical equals true. Look at that. The A button now takes a place in the center of the screen. Now I'm going to give a place to the B button in relation to, or relative to, button A. I'll add a new line of XML code for button B. This is layout below. And after choosing this code, we need to write the ID of that button according to which button we will position. And since we will position the B button according to the A button, I'm just writing the ID of button A, which is lowercase a right here. Now, button B will take its place under button A. Now, if I should want button B in alignment with button A, I should add a new line of code. So this code has got to be layout center horizontal true. Now button B is under button A. If I want to put button B above button A, I should write layout above ID A, small letter. See that? Now button B is above button A. So you see, with the relative layout, all the components take their place by each other's position. Now, let's move on to the table layout. So let me just delete these buttons, open up the XML side, and I'll write table layout instead of relative. Okay, so now our main layout is table. in this table layout, components take a place in a table position, right? So in the table layout, there are rows and columns. Also, we need to add rows to this table layout. I'm going to add 3 rows. You can find the table row component in the layout section. Okay, so I will go ahead and add a second row, and then I'm going to add a third row. So after that, I will add 3 buttons for each row. I'll drag and drop the button component from the palette to the component tree. So we've got 3 buttons in this first table row, right? Now I want to also add 3 buttons in the second row. And then lastly, I'm going to add 3 buttons under the third row. All right, so you see this? We now have 9 buttons on the table layout in a table position. So where can we use this table layout? For example, if I want to design a calculator, well, you can use a table layout. So in fact, let's just write some numbers in the text of the buttons as if we are designing a calculator. So I'll write 1 in the text of the first button, 2 for the second, 3 on the third. So see that? This way I can quickly change the text of all the buttons. Write 9, text of the last button, and as you can see, this design can be used for a calculator app. All right, so that's pretty much it for layouts that we're going to be using while we're developing applications together. Of course, in the next lesson, we're going to learn that constraint layout I promised you. So we're going to take a short break here. I'll see you in the next one. Well, hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying this. So now we're going to talk about this constraint layout. Now, you know, I've mentioned it a few times, but I didn't give you much information. Wanted to leave you hanging, right? Suspense, it's the name of the game. In any event, this whole video is going to be on the constraint layout. Now, to give you a bit of a background, constraint layout appeared with Android 3.0. The constraint layout is an advanced model of the relative layout, right? You remember the relative layout, right? The components can take their own place according to each other's positions. But there could be problems with different screen sizes. So we're not going to be able to get the full performance for different screen sizes in our app with using the relative layout. But that's why they've come out with the constraint layout. So we're not going to have those types of problems anymore. We can just create. In a constraint layout, components will take their place according to each other's positions and screen edges. So these features solve most of the problems and give a flexibility in ways that you could not imagine before in order to create views for your applications. Now, the constraint layout is a main layout in Android Studio 3.0 and higher. So just make sure that you are aware of what version you're running. And that's why we do the versioning in the beginning. All right. So let's go ahead and go to Android Studio and have a look at how constraint layout works in practice. All right, my friends, I have created a new project for this lesson, and I named this project Constraint Layout. See how clear and understandable that naming convention is? So now, you know how to create a project in Android Studio, right? So go ahead and do that. I'm not going to use up any more time, but just so that you're aware, I created a new project before the lesson. So you can go ahead and create a new project or continue on the project that we created in the previous lesson. It's up to you. It doesn't really matter. I just want to get you in the habit of creating a new project. All right. So I want to show you something now. As you can see, when we create a new project or activity, Android Studio automatically determines the main layout in the design area. And what's it going to be? Yes, constraint layout. So why, oh why, does Android Studio take the constraint layout as a basic default? Well, for some of the reasons I was explaining earlier, constraint layout is way more useful for the different screen sizes. Of course, you can choose whatever layout you want to work on, but if you learn how to work with constraint layout, there's probably very little chance that you're going to want to work with any of the other layouts, to be honest. Also, it depends upon what type of application you're going to develop, but you get the meaning. So anyway, I'm going to add a new button to the design area. When I add this button to the design area, the Android Studio gives me a warning. This view is not constrained. That means when I add a component to the design area, I need to give it a constraint value. So if I run this application, this button will take the 0, 0 position. You follow? So let's run the application, see where this button takes its position. So to run this app, I just click the Run button that represents right here with the green triangle. So I put this button here, but will it stay in the same position? Boom. So as you can see, when the application's open, the button went to the 0, 0 position. Now the reason for this, I didn't define constraints for this button. So doesn't that lead you to ask the question, well, how do I define constraints? Yes, my friends, in the constraint layout, we have to give at least 2 positions, vertically and horizontally, for every item. So I do it like this. For example, let's say I want to give a position for the left side. I will click the left side of the button and drag it to the left edge of the screen. So this gives its position horizontally. Or we could also use the constraint widget section in the attribute section. For example, to give the button component a constraint value in the vertical plane, just click on the plus icon here. Now this button is bonded to both sides. Now I could just drag this button wherever I want. So when I drop it here, it's going to take its position from the top 180 dp and left 132 dp. You see how that works? Again, you can see these values in the constraint widget section. You can also specify the constraint values here. For example, let's set the distance of the button from the top of the screen to 200 dp. Make the distance from the left side 100. So let's run it again and see what will happen. Application opens, and there you see it takes its position just like we defined. Now also, I can put this button in the center position. All I got to do is right-click this button, choose center horizontally or vertically. I'll choose horizontally, but it, of course, doesn't take the center position because I need to make the constraint 0 that I gave before. So for this, I set the constraint value to 0 from the constraint widget section, right? And then after I delete the constraint, boom, it takes the center position. So let me show you something else. So I'm going to delete the constraint on the vertical plane. Now the button currently only has constraint values in the horizontal plane. Notice, if you will, the Android Studio gives me a warning. Because if I run the application like this, the button's going to jump to 0 vertically. In fact, let's run it again. See how the button takes its place center horizontally, but takes the 0 position vertically? Now, if I right-click again on this button and choose center vertically, it's going to take the center position. All right, so let's run it again. And there you go, it's in the center now. So, how can I delete these constraints? Yeah, there's a few different ways to do it. But for now, I just want to show you 3. First, you've got to select the constraint that you want to delete. Press the delete key on the keyboard. That might have occurred to you. But secondly, when you go to the constraint widget section, you have to hover over this circular icon representing the constraint that you want to delete, then just click on the X icon. Cool. So the third way is you can do this on the XML side. If you delete all the lines of code that occur when you give a constraint here, the constraints you added to the component will be deleted. So you can use, well, any of these three different ways, depending upon where you're at. So now I will add constraints for all of the sides. All right, left, right, up, and down. There is also a quick way to delete all of these constraints. So you see there's an icon here. When I click this icon and click yes, it'll delete all of the constraints. Now I will give 2 side boundings. After I bound it, I can drag it everywhere like this. It's easy, right? Let's add another component. I will add a text view. I will put this text view here. So now we have one button and one text view. I gave constraints for the button, but I didn't give any for the text view. So if I run the application, text view is going to jump to 0, 0. You can see that here, text view is in the start position. And I can give constraints to this text view horizontally and vertically like this. Now let me show you another way. I can give constraints to this text view according to the button. So let me just delete this from here. And I will bound this text view to the button. Now, the text view will keep the distance from the button. Can you tell me what the advantage of this would be? Well, when the application runs in the different screen sizes, the position is going to be kept. So when I drag the button somewhere else, well, the text view is going to follow it. Text view takes its position according to the button. All right, so now I want to show you how this design is going to look in different screen sizes. So you can change screen types from here. For example, I will use 5 ink, 1080 by 1920, 420 DPI pixels. All right, so I want to change the 5.5 ink screen size, and look how my design will be seen. All right, so you can see here, even if I change the screen size, it'll keep its distance. If I choose a tablet screen, it'll be seen like this. You can see here, constraint layout keeps the position of everything in the different screen sizes, so you don't have to think about it. Oh, and also, if I click constraint layout and click the clear all constraints icon here, well, it's going to delete all the constraints. So now if I run this application, the button and the text view will jump back to 0, 0. You can see it here, text view is behind the button. So let me just add another text view. Right, so now we have one button, 2 text views, and all of them are in different positions. I didn't give any constraints. So if I run this design, all of them are going to jump to the start position. Now, I'll show you an easy way to give some constraints altogether. There is a button here, kind of looks like a magic stick. So if I click on this button, the Android Studio will take care of all the constraints automatically. So I don't need to figure it out all by myself. So let's run it again and see what's going to happen. And as you can see here, everything is in the same place. Constraint layout made the design itself, boom, automatic. So you're just going to put everything wherever you want and click the magic button. Then after that, constraint layout will do everything just as if you made it yourself. Tastes just as good as if it was in your own kitchen. Anyway, it's enough for this video. All right, so while we're developing an application, you can use any of the layouts that you want for your design. I've showed you some of the things that you can do. But you can also use more than one layout in the design area. It just totally depends on the project that you want to develop, right? So in the following lessons, we're going to use layouts practically. So I'm sure that you're going to understand it even better. We will take a short break here, and I'll see you in the next video. All right. Hello, everyone. So we're going to talk about text views in this video. We've done components on Android Studio. In the last video, we mentioned layouts. We will now talk about Android components to place on these layouts, all right? And one of them happens to be text view. So yeah, what is text view? You might guess, but it's basically a component to show text to the users. Now, you can use text views as a label, or to print some results on the screen, or print some notifications on the screen, all kinds of different things. Text views can be used in a lot of different areas. It's probably the most commonly used component, so let's get used to it, all right? Go to Android Studio, and we will explore text views while we practice. So let's just create a new project, and I'll explain text view components in this new project. To do that, I'll choose File, New Project Options to create a new project. Choose the empty activity from this window, click Next. And from this window, we can configure the project. So first off, I want to name this project Text Views. I'm not changing the project package name. The file path is where the project will be saved, just like we had it before. Programming language will be Kotlin. Minimum SDK can be 23. All right, so we create the project just by clicking the Finish button. Of course, you could continue with your previous project, but since I'm going to be sharing with you all the different processes that we've done, I just want to explain them through as many different projects as possible. In any event, project is now created. So go ahead and close the previous project, unless that's the one that you're using, and I will just choose File, Close Project as my option. All right, so let's have a look at this text view component through our new project. I'll open up the design area, the activity man.xml file. So first, let's turn the design area into a real phone screen. So for this, I just click on this eye icon up here and select the Show System UI option. Now I'm going to delete the text view component from the design area because we're going to do everything together. All right? Okay. So we can add text views in two different ways for our Android application. First one is the drag and drop method from the palette, just like this. Just drag the text view and drop it under the constraint layout. Now, by using the drag and drop method, you can drop components directly into the design area or into the component tree, as you've seen me do before. All right, so now we have a text view, and its text is also text view. So we can change this text whenever we want to. So this was the first way. Also, there's another way, always. So I'm just going to delete this text view and create a new one using XML code. So that means I'm just going to go over here to the XML side by clicking the split or code option at the top right of the page. Now, if you do select the split option, you can view the XML and design area together. All right, cool. So now I'm going to add a text view inside the constraint layout. So constraint layout must have a body. And for this, we must close the constraint layout's tags. That way we can write code in it. So I'm deleting / and greater than from here. And I press the shift and less than keys on the keyboard together. And as you can see, we have closed the tags of the constraint layout. But this time, we can write different XML codes in it. So we can actually add different components. Now let's add the text view component. To add a component using XML code, you got to first create a new tag for the component that you're going to add. So to do that, I'll press the less than key on the keyboard. Now we've got to write the name of the component that we're going to add. So when I start typing text view here, the code editor offers me the text view component, just like that. So I'll select it, press enter on the keyboard. When we add a component, we need to specify its exact width and height. So for now, we'll make the width and height wrap content for now. And let's close the tag of the text view component. And since the text view component will not have a body, I close the tag by pressing the slash key on the keyboard. All right. Now we have a text view here, but we don't see it. Why is that? Well, just because we didn't write any text. So I'm going to add a new line inside the text view using XML code. Now to add a feature to the components using XML code, you just type the name of the feature you want to add and then choose the most suitable feature from the features suggested to you by the code editor. So in this example, I'm just going to add text to the text view component. And that's why I'll just write text here. And just like that, as you can see, the code editor offers many features related to text. So that's cool. So from here, I'll just select Android text as my feature, press enter. Okay, so now we need to define the text that we're going to add. And as tradition dictates, I just write hello world as the text of the text view component. Now, whatever I write inside of quotation marks, the text of the text view will be what I write. You follow? So now we have a text view on the design area, and the text of the text view is hello world. I want you to notice something else. We've set the width and the height of the text view component wrap content. So setting a text view's size to wrap content is going to force it to expand only far enough to contain the values that it has. You follow? Just like anywhere else. So if I add new words to the text, such as to the human, the size of the text view will be bigger. If I change to a bigger number size of the text inside the text view, well, the height of the text view will also be bigger. And if I were to change the text size to 40, the text view size gets bigger. If I change text to 20, the text view size gets smaller. Now, on the other hand, I can choose the width of the text view as a match parent. So if I write match parent here, the text view component will cover all of the device screen from left to right. Now also when I write match parent for the layout height, text view component will cover all of the device screen from top to bottom. So now I'll choose wrap content for layout height. And also we could give numerical values for height and width. So I'm going to give 150 for width, 75 for height. Also, I'm going to drag the text view to the center of the screen. Now, of course, since our main layout is the constraint layout, we do need to determine the constraint values of the components we add to the design area. Otherwise, when we run the application, components are going to move right back to the 0 point of the screen. And that is, by the way, up here, the upper left corner. So when I click text view, I can see the attribute section on the right side of Android Studio. I can also see the operations I can do on the text view here. So for example, I can change the layout margin here. When I change the layout margin, the text view position will change on the screen. If I write 250 up in here, well, the text view's position is going to go down. If I write 150, I'll go up. I can give numbers from here for left, right, top, and bottom. The layout margin property defines the position of the text view on the design area. But also, there's another attribute I want to show you. It's called padding. And padding basically defines text position inside of the text view, right? So let's say I write 25 dp for the padding start attribute. Well, the text is going to go 25 dp from left to right. If I were to write 10 for the padding top attribute, of course, the text is going to go 10 dp from top to bottom. Also, we can change the text size using the attribute section, right? So if I choose 24, the text is going to get bigger. When I choose 14, the text is going to be smaller, all right? Now, by the way, all the changes that we've made in the attribute section will be added in the background as XML code. Of course, if you want, you can write XML code to do some operations, or you can use the attribute section. So let's see what we can do in the attribute section. We can change the background color from here. So why don't we choose purple 700 as a background color? Now see how the background of the text view has changed. Using this property, you can change the background color of the components. Here's something. It's called gravity here. You can define text position automatically inside the text view from here. So I'll choose this center, and text will take the center position vertically and horizontally. But if I choose this, well, I need to change the padding property to 0. See, so we can change the text color from here. For example, I'll choose white, and text color will be white. We can do a lot of operations from here. But also, we can do these operations on the main activity.kt file. But before we start working with Kotlin code, we do need to give an ID to this text view. In order for the text view component to be recognized in Kotlin, we got to define its ID here. So I will give text example as its ID. So now our ID of text view is text example, and the text of the text view is hello world to the human. All right, now let's go over to the Kotlin side. Don't be shy. We're going to start to write code now. That's why I want you to follow the lesson pretty carefully from now on. All right. So if you notice, there is a class called main activity, right? And inside this class, there is a function called onCreate. Now this onCreate function is also created automatically when we create an activity. So what do you do with the onCreate function? We're going to talk about this function in the lifecycle lesson, but for now, I just want to explain it briefly, all right? So basically in Kotlin, every activity has a lifecycle. That is, until you open and close an application, some threads, in other words, functions, are going to be called. The first 3 of these functions is the onCreate function. In the onCreate function, our activity is still under creation, and the user wouldn't be able to see at this stage. But we also want the codes that we write to be ready until the activity is shown to the user, right? Therefore, we generally write our codes inside the onCreate function. Now, naturally, there are many more functions in the lifecycle. All right, and we're going to learn about all of that in detail in the lifecycle lesson. But for now, it's enough to just know that the onCreate function is the very first function in the activity lifecycle. And we usually write our code inside of this function. Yeah? All right. So that's a short explanation. Let's just figure out how we can access the text view component in the design area. So above the onCreate function, inside the main activity class, we're going to create a variable from the text view class. That's why I'm typing var here, all right? The keyword var represents variable. All right, so now we need to just give it a name to this object that we're going to create. I'm going to use this name on the Kotlin side, so you can give it a name, whatever you want. I'm going to call it my text, and now I'll just put colon and write text view here. All right, so when we type text view, see how the code editor offers us text view, one of the Android widgets? Yeah, so from here, you can just select text view and press enter. But now, at this point in time, I do want to tell you one more thing, just to squeeze it in. In order to use different packages in your project, that is to use this text view component here, well, this package must be imported into your project. Now, an import, I think you might have heard this for the first time. Did I just say import it into the project? Well, yeah, because you have to indicate to the code editor that you're going to be using this package. Because there are just, well, thousands of packages that can be used in Android, and we really only should be using the packages that we need. So if there were no imports, we would just have to define thousands of packages here, which, as you might imagine, that could get rather complicated quickly. So I just want to show you the import process. Not going to choose the text view component that the code editor recommends. As you can see, Android Studio is going to say, hey, wait a minute. So we have to import the text view class. Of course, there are different ways of importing, but the first one is to select the text view suggested by the code editor and press enter. The second one is to move your mouse over the text view and select the import option from there. Third, select the More Actions option here and select the import option from the pop-up. Fourth, if there is a red light bulb that appears on the left, well, just go ahead and click on that light bulb and select the import option. Right? So finally, you need to click on the text view expression here and then press the Alt and Enter keys on the keyboard. Cool? So when you do any of these operations, you can see the imported packages in the import section right here. Yeah, so that's pretty much the import process. You do it as you go. That's cool. But look at this. We're still getting a warning. Well, why is that? I did everything like you said. Well, because in Kotlin programming, if we're going to create a variable within the class, we must initialize this variable. But we sometimes want to initialize variables later. So we'll just initialize variables later, right? So in this particular case, we've got two different options in this example. The first is to use the late init keyword. When you use late init as your keyword, the code editor understands that you're going to define the variable later. So it no longer throws an error. The second is a method that we use very frequently. That is to assign a null value to the variable initially. So for this, all you have to do is write equals null after placing a question mark just to the right of the text view class. All right? Now we will usually use the late init when describing components. Yeah? So we created a variable from the text view class. So now let's match this variable to the text view component in the design area. And as always, there are two different ways to do this. First one is to use the find view by ID function. The second one is to use view binding. Now, I would like to mention here view binding. That's going to be a whole separate lesson in the future, so don't get too hung up on that. I'm not going to use that for now. It's enough to match the variable we defined here with a component in the design area just to first write the variable name. After the equal sign, we use the find view by ID function. Yeah, so this function uses the ID of the component in the design area to match the variable that we defined here. So we've got to write the ID of the component in the design area in parentheses. All right, so for this, I'm writing r.id.textExample here. The R will represent the resources folder in the project directory. The ID represents the IDs that we defined for each component, right? And finally, we select the component's ID with whichever component that we're going to match the variable with. Very cool. So now we assign the text view component to the myText variable we created on the Kotlin side. Now, I can do all the operations I have done on the XML side here, but how am I going to do that? Well, let's see what happens if I write myText here. I will add a dot here. After the dot, I can see all the operations automatically. That's pretty cool, huh? Look at that. There are plenty of operations here I can choose from. For example, let's say I choose set text color. So I can choose the color writing color.black. Boom. When I write this code, nothing's changed on the XML side. Changes will be applied when I run this application on the device. So let's have a look at that. Let's run the app. And I'll click Run after the device opens, and I can see changes on the application. Of course, it might take a little time to come online. And there you go. Now you can see the text color is black. Now also, I can change the text of this text view. So for this, just use the set text function or just the text option. If we use the set text function, we've got to write the new text that I want to change inside the parentheses. So I'm going to write, this is an example. But you got to be careful. You need to write the text inside the quotation mark. You see that? Because this is a string expression after all. Now, if we use the .text option, we write the new text after the equal sign. Also, we must write the new text between the double quotes. Okay? So I'm going to run it again. And there you go. You see the text change. Now, in addition, we can add a feature to the text view. If we click on text view, we can start an operation. For example, when I click on text view, we can open a new activity, or we can change text size or text color. Why don't we give it a shot? How are we going to do this? So just add a click listener to this text view. I'm going to write myText.set on click listener. So notice there are two set on click listener properties here. You can choose both, but I usually choose the option with curly braces next to it. And if you select this, press enter, you will add the click feature to the text view component. All right, so now I'm going to write new code inside the curly braces. So these codes will work only when I click on the text view. Follow? So I will write inside the curly braces, myText.setTextColor. Inside the parentheses, I write color.white. So I'm going to click run again. And after a little while, the device is up and running. And you can see here, there are no changes to the text view. After I click on the text view, the code will work and the text color will be white. All right, so let's change the background color of the text view. So I'm going to write myText.setBackgroundColor. Inside the parentheses, I write color.black. I'm going to click Run again. And now you can see after I click Text View, the text color will be white and the background of the text view is going to be black. Now we can do more and more and more operations here, but I think that's enough for now. There are many more other components that we need to learn before we get too involved with all the detailed options. So I want to see you in the next video. Well, hello everyone. So today we're going to talk about everybody's favorite subject, and that is buttons. Buttons are Android components, right? So when you click on buttons, buttons will do some sort of specific operation. Buttons are probably one of the most useful components. If I wanted to list you the top 3 most used components, I would say buttons, text views, and edit text. Give you some context. In the last video, we spoke about text views. This video, we're going to talk about buttons, and then guess what? Next time, we're going to talk about edit text. So let's just go to Android Studio without using any more time. So I've created a new project for this lesson, and the name of this project is, guess what? Buttons. You could also create a new project or continue on the project that we created in the previous lesson, though. Anyway, let's move the XML code of the text view component that we created in the previous lesson to the design area of this project. So for this, in the previous project, I open the XML code. I'm selecting and copying the codes that belong to the text view component here. Now I'm just going to paste these codes into the constraint layout component in our new project. Right? You can add a new text view component, but so that the duration of our lesson isn't too horribly long, I'm going to use the design that I created in the previous lesson as well. All right? So, yeah. Now, let's get into the button component. So we're going to add a new button to this project. Now, you know before that we can create a new button 2 different ways. First one is drag and drop. So I'll select the button component from the palette, drag it to the component tree or to the design area directly. Okay, so as you can see, I added a new button. I can drag it wherever I want as well because I'm using the constraint layout. All right, so what about the second way? Well, you got to add a new button using XML code. It's pretty simple, so we'll add a second button using XML code. Go to the XML side, and you can see right here the XML code that I added a button, right? Okay, so I'm going to add another button. Inside the constraint layout tags, I'll open a new tag by pressing the less than key on the keyboard. I write button here. I select the button and press enter. And look at that. As you can see, the Android Studio will autocomplete. So I'm going to need to define height and width. I'm going to choose match parent for 2 of them. You can see here that we've got a second button, but it covered the full screen. So I'm going to change the height to wrap content. All right. Now the button covers the screen just from the left to the right. So we need to give a text to this button. So I'm going to write here text and select the Android text option. Inside the quotation marks, I'm going to write button 2 as my text. And now you can see button and button 2 in the design area. All right, so let's change the width of button 2 to be wrap content. Very good, so now we've got 2 buttons. The first one has been created with the drag and drop method. The second one using XML code, so you can see either way is great. Of course, since our main layout is the constraint layout, we do need to determine the constraint values of the components that we add to the design area. See, otherwise, when we run the application, the components will move to the 0, 0 point of the screen, that is to the upper left-hand corner. But this time, I will put the constraint values to be automatic. So for this, I'll select the constraint layout, click the Infer Constraint option, and that is represented with the magic stick. Don't you love a magic stick? All right. So we can do a lot of operations on these buttons. We can do those operations in the attribute section. We can define height and width here. We can specify the layout margin from here. We could also define padding here. I can change the text of the button from here. I will write here, do your magic. And you can see the button got bigger because the button width is set to wrap content. So when text gets longer, the button will get bigger just to accommodate that text. All right. Now also I can change the background color of the button using the background tint property. So let me just choose a color from here and the button color will change. Now also I can choose clickable or not. You can think, why did I put a button in the project and not make it at all clickable? So, well, if I do not click on this button, why did I put a button here? Well, this actually brings us to an important point, because you can do regulation on your project and you can do your button to be clickable after some operations, but before those particular operations, the button would not be clickable. You follow? Let me give you an example. Let's say that you design a game, and inside the game there is a next section button, but you don't want the player to pass over to the next section before getting to a specific score. So you could specify that after the player collects whatever that score might be, well, the next section button could then be clickable. So then the player could go on to the next level after making that required score. All right. So we could also change the text color from here. Change the text size, of course, from here. Oh, also another important thing, we can make our button visible or invisible. Yeah. If I choose the invisible, well, the button's not going to be seen. So this feature can be used, well, for the same purpose that I mentioned about being clickable or not clickable. Obviously, context will dictate whether you use which. All right, so we're going to need to give an ID to these buttons to make sure they work on the Kotlin side. Android Studio gave this button an ID. Now, it is button. And of course, you could change it if you want. I am going to change it, and I'm going to make the ID do magic. Yeah. So now the ID of this button is do magic, and the text of this button is do your magic. All right. So let's give an ID for the second button, and I'll write my button here. And now I will need to define the buttons and the text view component in the design area. So first I'll define the buttons. I'll write late init var here. And of course I'll need to give a name to this button to work on this button. So I'll write do magic, but you can put in whatever name that you want. After putting the colon, I'll write button. Select the button option that is offered to us by the code editor. And that way we'll import the button class in our project automatically. And the same way, I'll just define the second button. I'll write late init var my button. After the colon, I'll write button, and then we can define the text view component. So I'll write late init var my text. And then after dropping in a colon, I'll write text view and select the text view option that is offered to us by the code editor. Very generous. And that way we import the text view class into our project automatically. Pretty awesome. Now also I'm going to need to match these components with their IDs inside the onCreate function. All right, so for that I will write doMagic equals find view by ID. After I write find view by ID, I will write inside parentheses r.id.doMagic, because the ID of my first button was doMagic, right? All right, so for the second button, I'm going to write my button equals find view by ID. And after I write find view by ID, I will write inside parentheses r.id.myButton. For the text view, I will write my text equals find view by ID. After I write find view by ID, I will write inside the parentheses r.id.textExample. All right, so now I've defined the components on the Kotlin side. I can do everything in here. And I'll write doMagic, and after the dot, look at all the operations I can do. I'm going to add a click listener and work inside this method. So I'm going to write set on click listener and select this option and press enter. So after that, everything that I write inside the curly braces will be executed when I click on the button, right? So I'm going to write doMagic.set background color. And inside the parenthesis, I will write color.black. So this code's going to change the background color of the button after I click the button. All right, so let's run that and let's watch it work. All right, so you see that it's magic. Well, okay, so you see that it's working anyway. We can do some operations on the other components from here as well. For example, we can change the text of the text view from here. So I'm going to write my text.setText. And inside the quotation marks, I'll write, I have done my magic. And let's run the code. So you see when I click on the button, the text of the text view changes. Also, I can, well, make that invisible. So here I'm going to write my text dot is visible. After the equal signs, I write false. All right, so let's run the app. So here the application's open. Click the doMagic button, text view and button 2 component disappears. Also, the doMagic button moved upwards. Whoa! Did you expect that? Well, I did. Why is that though? This is because the constraints we define in the design area. If you can remember way back, we automatically define the constraint values of the components, right? So for this reason, the top constraint of the doMagic button was pinned with the bottom constraint of the text view component. So when the text view component became invisible, the position of the other components changed too, all right? So now I'm just going to delete the constraint of the doMagic button, pin it to the bottom of the screen, and let's go back and test the app out one more time. So the application opens. When I click on the doMagic button, the text view gets, well, disappears. So now I'm going to do the invisible doMagic button itself. So for this, I'll write doMagic.isVisible. After the equal sign, I'll write false. Now let's run that code. The application opens. Now I click the doMagic button, and as you can see, the button and text view are invisible now. So you can see here, there's another button, but when I click it, it's not working because we didn't write any code for this button. So if you want to, let's go ahead and make the button and text view components visible when you press this button. So first, we'll add a click listener to the button. Here I'm just typing my button dot set on click listener. Inside the curly braces, I'll write my text dot is visible equals true. Similarly, I can write do magic dot is visible. After equal sign, I'll write true. All right. So we'll run the application again. And first of all, I'll click on the Do Magic button. As you can see, the button and the text view are all invisible. So now let's click on this button, and there you go. The components are now visible. So we can do a lot, right? We can do many more things here, but I do want to move on to another topic that includes buttons, because the design of the buttons is almost as important as its code. All right. So because of this, you really do need to learn the different types of button designs. Let's say, for example, you would want to shape a button into an oval, or maybe circular, or make it rectangle. So when we want to change the button design, we do need to create a new XML file under the drawable folder. All right, so I'm just going to right-click on the drawable folder. After that, I will choose New Drawable Resources File. And all this will open a new window. And I need to give a name to this new XML file, right? So I'm going to name it button_shape. All right. So now that we have this new XML file and its name is button shape, there are some codes in here. And these codes are about when we click on the button, what its design will be. All right. I'm going to delete these codes. I'm not even going to worry about it right now. I will change its shape. So now I'm going to define the shape by writing Android shape oval. Also, I need to choose a color for this button. So for this, I'm going to define a solid color here. I'll open up a new tag, write solid, and press the slash key on the keyboard, closes the tag, right? So now I can define the color of the shape. And I'll write the color and select the Android color option. I will choose the color teal 700, but you can, of course, choose whatever color you want. So we've defined the button shape, but has anything changed on the main activity XML page? Well, we do need to set it as a background because we created the button shape XML. So how do I accomplish that? I'm going to go to the XML side of the activity main page, and I will add the background property. So I'm going to select the button shape XML file under the drawable folder that we created before. Now notice that the shape of the button has changed, but its color has not. So for this reason, we change the app background tint property to null. Otherwise, the shape of the button will change, but its background color will not. All right. Now you see that the button has taken its oval shape, but we define width and height wrap content. We need to change that too. I'll change both of them to 150. All right. So the button takes the shape of a ring, and you could make it square or rectangular. That, my friends, is up to you. But now you see what's going on. All right. So sure enough, that's how you use button components in Android Studio. And really, I think that's enough for this video, don't you? So let's take a little break, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. All right, welcome to the next video. So we're going to talk about edit texts in this video. So edit texts are Android components, and these are basically used to get data from the users. You can see edit text in many Android applications to get data from the user, such as the name, the last name, the password, address, whatever that might be. Now, there are different types of edit text, and we're going to see these different types in this video and practice with them. So let's go to Android Studio. All right, so naturally, I created a new project for this lesson. The name of this project is Edit Text. All right, so you can also create a new project, and you could also continue from the previous project, whatever you want. You could probably be teaching this course already, right? All right, slow down, not so fast. That's okay. So let's have a look. You can see Edit Text here on the left side of Android Studio in the palette window. Under the text section, the name is plain text. Cool. So under this plain text, there are other types of edit text, such as password input, email input, phone number input, multi-line input, time, date, all these, right? So before we start edit text, we got to change the constraint layout to linear layout. All right, so this way we can learn to work with linear layouts at the same time. So I'm just going to delete constraint layout from the XML side and write linear layout here. Now also, the orientation of this linear layout will be vertical. All right, so now the layout's ready. I'm just going to drag and drop a plain text under the linear layout. So now we've got an edit text. ID of this edit text is edit text person name, and the text of this edit text is name. So when we run this application, users will enter data from here, such as name, right? So let's run it and see what happens. There's the application running, and you can see here users will enter data from here, right? Now, I will delete the word name that we wrote before. I can actually write anything here. Also, I could enter numbers from here too, all right? So let's add another edit text. This time I'm going to add password edit text. Also, I will add numerical password edit text. So numerical edit text, that you can just enter the numerical number from here. And also multi-line edit text. Also, let's increase the height of the multi-line edit text a bit because we're going to write multiple lines in this edit text. All right, so let's run the application with these edit texts and see what happens. So the first one is a standard edit text. You can enter numbers and characters. The second one is password edit text. So when you enter the password in this edit text, numbers and characters not going to be seen, right? You can enter numbers and characters, of course, into the password edit text. You're just not going to see them. That's the nature. So the third one is also password edit text, but users can only enter numbers, not characters. Also, these numbers will not be seen in this type of edit text. Now, the last one is multi-line edit text. Users, of course, can enter more than one line of information in this type of edit text. So I'm going to write in here some text lines just to show you how it works. And you can see here after the first line, the second line continues under the first line. For example, let's say you could use this type of edit text to just bring on some user comments or maybe an address or maybe a complaint if you're so open, that kind of thing. Anyway, in the first one, when the user enters more than one line, after that line is finished, well, the head of the line is not going to be seen. You see how that works? Now, we're not done just yet. We've only placed the edit text in here. We have to take this information and use it somehow. So how do we use it? We're going to do that on the Kotlin side using Kotlin code. All right? So we're going to continue with an example. I'll delete edit text except for the first one. Also, I will add a button and a text view. All right, so we're going to develop an Android application, right? The user will enter the name into the edit text, and after they click the OK button, the name is going to be seen on the text view, right? So I'm going to delete the text of the edit text, but it's not going to be empty. I'm going to add a hint property to this edit text. So the hint is a tip given to the user to understand what the user will write in the edit text, right? So I'm going to write in the hint section, please write your name. All right? So I'll change the text of the button to be okay. I've also deleted the text of the text view. Let's change the design of the application a little bit. So let me do 50 dp, the layout margin, top property, the edit text. Also, I'm going to give some space between the edit text and the button, about 30 dp. And likewise, I will give some space between the button and the text view. And I'm going to do 50 dp, height of text view. Cool. I'm also going to change the width of the edit text. I'm going to give that 200. It's a little small, so I'm going to give it 300, okay? Yeah, that's good. So, yeah, I'm going to change the height of the edit text to 60. And in the same way, I'm going to change the width of the button to 300. Now for the text view, I'm going to do the exact same thing. Okay, so I'm going to place these three components right into the center of the screen horizontally. Now, how do I do that? I first select the linear layout, then I'll go to the gravity property from the attributes section, and I will choose the center horizontally option. So now all the components are placed in the center. And I will add a text on the text view, and let's just call it result. And we might as well also center the text to the text view component. For that, I can just change the gravity property of the text view component to center. And also, I'm going to change the background of the linear layout. Now, from here, you can choose any color you want. I'm going to just choose a color in shades of blue. Yeah, I think that color is the one I was looking for. So after choosing a color, I'm just going to press OK. All right. Oh, so let's change the background of the other components too, huh? So I'm going to choose white for all three components. And first, we'll make the background color of the button white. Of course, since the text color of the button is white, the arrow text is not going to be visible, so I got to make the text color be black. All right, so now let's make the background color of the edit text component white. See, so notice now that we changed the background color of the button using the background tint property. Yes? Cool. So for the other components, we use the background property. All right, so finally, I'm going to change the background color of the text view component. Yeah. Whoa, the button's a little big, don't you think? So I'm going to change the width of the button to 200. All right, so now I will give an ID to these components. For the edit text component, I'm going to write edit text name. Button OK, and that's for the button. And text view result is for the text view. Yeah, I think that's going to be okay. So let's run it and have a look on the phone. So yeah, you can see the application is working. You can see the hint here. When I write Arnold here and click OK, Arnold should be seen on the text view instead of result. But the application's not doing this now. Why is that? Well, like I told you earlier, we haven't written the Kotlin code yet. All right. So for that, let's go to the main activity.kt file and we'll write some code. Yeah. First, I'll define these three components. I'll define edit text. Now, after I write late init var, I need to give a name to this edit text. It can be name, simple as that. So after the colon, when I write edit text and choose from the autocomplete, Android Studio imports the required class android.widget.editText. Cool. Second, I'm going to do the same thing for the button, and I'll make its name OK. Last component, text view, write late init var result colon text view. All right, so now I'm going to assign the XML components that I designed before to these names using the find view by ID function. And that is inside the onCreate method. Now it's all falling into place, right? So here I write name equals find view by ID r.id.edit text name. All right. Second line, OK equals find view by ID r.id.button OK. And just like I did before, result equals find view by ID r.id.result. You with me so far? All right, because so far so good. So I'm just going to add the click listener to the OK button. All right, OK.set on click listener. I'll choose the click listener that's offered to us by the code editor automatically, and then autocomplete will take care of the rest. And I will write code inside curly braces. Cool? So now we can start coding. So first, I have to get the data that the user enters in the edit text. How do I do that? Well, I'll just write in here, name.text.toTheString. So this code will take that text that the user enters in the edit text and then convert it into the string. Okay, so now I want to write this string on the result text view. Follow? But before I do that, I'm going to need to define a string container named username. So I will assign the text that I took from the edit text to this username string. And then because of this, I will write here var username colon string equals name.text.toString. All right, so I can set this username on the text view. I will write here result.setText, and then inside the parentheses, I will write username. Also, you can write this code instead of the setText function. Result.text equals username. Now, I know it's a bit complex. I really hope you understand this part. It is very important. Go back over it if you need to. But basically, I define a container, and its name is the username. Then after that, I took the text the user entered and converted it to a string. And then I assigned this text to the username container, that is, variable. And then lastly, I set this username to the text view. All right? So let's run the application and see how it works. So the application opens. I'm just going to write in here a name and click OK. All right, so as you can see, it works. It takes the name that I wrote in the edit text and writes it to the text view instead of result. Got it? All right. So that's enough for this video. Yeah. Edit text, like I was saying, kind of complex, but you got to master it. So go back over it if you need to. And I will see you in the next video. All right. Hello, everyone. So we're going to talk about image view in this video. Image view is an Android component to display images. Natch, but you know, showing images is very important for an Android application. If you use good photos in your project, your design's going to look wonderful. So because of all this, the usage of the image view component is very important. So why don't we just go to Android Studio and learn image view while we practice. All right. So, we have a project from before, so let's continue to work from this project. The first thing we're going to need to do is add the image that we're going to display in the image view component right here into our project. So I'm sure you remember I was showing you that we add pictures to the drawable folder. That rings a bell. So we're going to do all that right now. You can add images in a couple of different ways. First, you have to right-click on the drawable folder and select Open in Explorer. Then you should move the image that you want to add to the project to the drawable folder from here. All right, so that's the first method. You already know that method. So now let's have a look at the second method. So this way, you got to copy the image that you want to add to the project. After that, you just right-click on the drawable folder and select the Paste option. And from here, you just select the drawable folder, not the drawable v24 folder. And then also, the name of the picture that you're going to add to the drawable folder has to be lowercase letters. And if it's longer than one word, no spaces whatsoever. You can, of course, use underscores to separate words, so that's not a problem. Otherwise, you will get an error. You just can't forget that, that's all. Unless you like getting errors, I don't know. Anyway, and there you see it. Using both methods, you can add any images that you want into your project. So, now that we've done that, we can learn about the image view component. All right, so adding an image view to this project. First of all, where is image view? Well, it is inside the palette window, and it's under the widgets on the left-hand side of Android Studio. So I am going to drag the image view and drop it under the linear layout. So that puts it as the first component. This is a linear layout and its orientation is vertical. So because of this, all the components are going to take a place from top to bottom. So when I drop the image view, a new window opens up. And this window is the resources window. So here I need to choose a picture for this image view. See how that works. I'm going to select the image that I just added to the project, click OK. So now I can see this picture in the design area, but there is a problem. Do you see it? Well, because I cannot see other components. All right. Now, what's the reason for that? The height of the image view, wrap content, also the size of my image, way too big. So when the image view uses wrap content for height, the image covers all the screen from top to bottom. So I need to change the layout height and layout width to 300. Okay, so now you can see all the components in the design area. Also, if you notice, and when you pay attention to this, okay, so the image view component is in the center of the screen horizontally because I choose the layout gravity property to center horizontal. You remember that for this linear layout, last video. And that way all the components are placed center of the screen horizontally. So if you look at it carefully, you can see that the image is placed inside the center of the image view. Now, if you want your image to cover all the image view component, well, you should choose the size of the image exactly the same as the image view, right? You know what I'm saying, right? I'll give you an example. If the size of your image view is 300 by 300, the size of your image should also be 300 by 300, or vice versa, whatever. But But we could also do some arrangements within the image view. So I'm going to go to the scale type property, and that's in the attribute section, and choose from here a few options. Now, if I were to choose the fit start, the image is going to take the place from the start position. If I choose the fit center, image will be seen in the center. And if I choose the fit end option, it's going to take its place from the end position. Now, what happens if I choose fit XY? Well, the image is going to cover all of the image view, but the image will be enlarged and it might not look very good. So because of this, the fit center option is often a very good option, but naturally it's up to you and what the image is. All right. So these are only some of the things that we can do on the design page. We can also do a few things on the Kotlin side using Kotlin code. But before going to the Kotlin side, I will need to give an ID to this image view, right? So I'm going to give the image example as the ID. Okay, so what can I do here? For example, when I click on the OK button, the image in the image view component is going to change. Right? So I will see another image inside the image view. So how do I do that? Well, we'll go to the main activity.kt file and start there, okay? So first, I'll define this image view on the Kotlin side. I need to write late init var image : image view. I'll give image as its name. And you can, of course, name it whatever you want. But now I need to define its ID inside the onCreate method. And I'll write image equals find view by ID. And inside the parenthesis, r.id.image example. So now I can do every operation on the image view using the image word, right? So I'll write operation codes inside the click listener of the OK button. Now, let's turn the codes that we wrote in the previous lesson into a comment line. So if you just put a double slash at the beginning of the code, you will only comment out a single line. If you use slash and the asterisk, you can also comment out multiple lines. Okay, so now we can write the necessary code. I'm going to write image.setImageResource, and this function is used to change an image in the image view. But before I continue with that, I do need to do one more thing. How about a second image to my project? So I can right-click on the drawable folder on the left side of Android Studio and choose Open in Explorer. After that, the drawable folder is opened. Inside the drawable folder, I have one picture. Its name is first image. So I can add a new image to this folder and make its name second image. All right. That way, when I close this folder, I can see the second image in my project. So now I can call this image and I will write inside the parenthesis r.drawable.secondImage. All right, so now that everything is okay, when I click on that OK button, the image is going to change to the second image. So let's run it and see how it works. Yeah, so the application opens. When I click the OK button, the image changes, just like that. All right, so that gives you an example of how it works, and that'll work like that for a variety of operations. But it's enough for this video. So I want to see you in the next video. All right? We're going to do some other stuff. See you on the other side. All right. Hello, everyone. I want to talk to you about the checkbox. So the checkbox is a different type of component in Android Studio. It's a kind of a button. It's going to take two positions, checked or unchecked. And it's a frequently used component when you're developing Android applications. For example, when we develop a survey application or a note-taking application, we can use checkboxes. So we'll go to Android Studio and see it in practice and learn a few things at the same time. All right, my friends, so we can create a new project for this lesson. And how do you create a new project? Just click the New Project button here. And from this page, I can select the Empty Activity option from Tablet and Phone section and press on the Next button. We will configure our project from this page. I'll set the name of the project to be Checkbox. Now, I'm not going to change the project package name or the file path. The programming language will be Kotlin. Minimum SDK level can be 23, so that's all good. And we can create our project just by clicking on the Finish button. All right, so our project is now being created. And of course, it could take a little while. But please, again, let me just repeat that don't do anything before the project's fully created, all right? You might get some errors. You might not, but you might. And it's not necessarily consistent either. But that way, yes, you'll be error-free. Okay, my friends, as you can see, our project's now created, so we can open up the activity main.xml file, and we can just close the project directory. Now, first of all, you see the eye icon. We're going to go up here and select Show System UI for my options. Now, so our project will basically look like this. Okay, so as you can see, there is a text view in it, and it contains what is your gender. All right, so there are also two checkboxes just below the text view component, male, female. If you want to, you can add others, but we're going to just keep it simple for now. And we'll click the male checkbox, text view. The Your Gender is Male statement will be written. And if we click on the female checkbox, the Your Gender is Female statement will be written. All right, so that's what it looks like, very simply. Let's get started. So first off, why don't we just change the background color to the design area? So I'll choose Constraint Layout from the Component Tree section. Then I select the background property from the Attribute section. And from here, you can choose any color that you want. I'm going to choose a color like this for now. Press the OK button. All right, so now let's edit the text view component in the design area. So I'm going to first delete the bottom constraint. And we can also make this top constraint value 150 dp. And we'll make the width of the text view component 300. And we'll make the height 60. Now let's change the text to the text view component. So here I'm going to write, what is your gender? And let's increase the text size. And I'll make the text size property 24. All right, so let's change the text color to white. And you know what? Let's also change the background color. Now, if you click here, the color palette will open. And here you can choose whatever color you want. I'm just going to choose a color in the red shade family. And finally, we're going to align the text in the text view. So for this, I'm going to use gravity and padding. So I will make the gravity property of the text view component center vertical. And now I do want to leave some space to the left of the text. So for this, I'm going to just change the padding left property to 7. Yeah, that's pretty much okay. So now let's add 2 checkbox components to the design area. You can find the checkbox component in the button section of the palette. And I can just drag and drop it into the design area. Place the checkboxes just below the text view component. And I'll add one more checkbox in the same way. And of course, you could add another few if you need to, right? Okay, so first let's change the text of these checkbox components. Text of the first checkbox will be male. And I'll also make the text of the second checkbox female. And I'm just going to keep it simple for now. I'm going to make the margin start values the same to keep them aligned. And I'll set the margin start value of the first checkbox to 160. And likewise, I can set the margin start value of the second checkbox to 160. Now also, since our main layout is the constraint layout, I got to specify at least one vertical constraint, right? So I'll write the top constraint value of the first checkbox as 20. All right, so I'm going to make the top constraint value of the second box 10. And lastly, we'll increase the text size of the checkboxes. So for the first male checkbox, I'm going to make the text size 20. The second checkbox, I will also make the text size 20. All right, it's rough and ready. I think that design is kind of finished. So finally, I've got to determine the IDs of these components, all right? That way I wouldn't, if I didn't do that, right, I wouldn't be able to access the components on the Kotlin side. So I'm going to make the ID of the text view component be text view result. So after typing the ID, I press the Enter key on the keyboard. I can choose the refactor option from this warning window that opens. And then similarly, let's determine the ID of the checkbox component. Let the ID of the first checkbox be checkbox male. And let the ID of the second checkbox be checkbox female. And sure enough, we've now completed this part of the design. So we can now go and open the mainActivity.kt file now. All right, so first of all, I will need to define checkboxes and text view. So I'm going to write here late init var. Now I've got to give a name to this variable, so I'm going to write male. This name is my choice, so you can name it whatever you want. And after the colon, I'm going to write checkbox. And of course, we've got to define the other checkbox. I'll write late init var female colon checkbox. And then lastly, I define the text view. I write late init var result colon text view. Okay, so now I need to assign IDs to these variables. So I will write male equals find view by ID. r.id.checkbox male. And for the second checkbox, female equals find view by ID, r.id.checkbox female. For the text view, result equals find view by ID, r.id.text view result. All right, so after that, I'll just add the click listener to the checkboxes. That way, when the user clicks on the checkbox, it's going to do some operations. So I just write in here, mail.set on click listener. Now I can write my codes inside the curly braces. And there are two options for the mail checkbox, checked or unchecked. So I'm going to write if mail.is checked. This will control checkbox is checked or unchecked. If it is checked, it'll return true. If it is unchecked, it will return false. So if it is checked, what's going to happen? I want to write your gender is male on the text view. So I just write in here result.text equals your gender is male. Now, why did I write the result? Because we gave the result to the text view as a name, right? We don't want to say result. So if it is unchecked, I will write again the question. And for this, we need to create an else block. I will write else inside the brackets, result.text equals what is your gender? All right, so I'm going to do the same for the female checkbox. Female.set on click listener inside the curly braces. If female is checked, result.text equals your gender is female. If the female is unchecked, result.text equals and question again. What is your gender? All right, so that's it in a nutshell. Let's run it and see what it looks like. So the application opens, and you see if I check the male checkbox, the text of the text view is changing. If I uncheck the male checkbox, the text of the text view is changing to the question again. Cool. If I check the female checkbox, the text of the text view is changing. And if I uncheck the female checkbox, the text of the text view is changing the question again. All right? Now, I wonder if you notice, we could have a problem here. What if I were to check both? Now, we're not obviously getting into biology here, but I do want to ask for this example. I'm not going to be able to let the user check both of them, so how am I going to prevent that? Well, we will need to write some extra code. So I'm going to do this in the if block. So follow along. If male is checked, female must be unchecked. So I will write female dot is checked equals false. So this code defines the position of the text box. If it is true, the text box will be checked. If it is false, the checkbox will be unchecked. Right? You follow that, right? So with this code, if the male is checked, the female will be unchecked automatically. Right? So I need to do that for the second checkbox as well. This time I will write male dot is checked equals false. If the female is checked, the male will be unchecked automatically. All right, so let's run it and see it again. All right, so it's working now, and when I check male, the female is unchecked. When I check female, the male is unchecked. Good, good, good. All right, so that's enough for now. We'll take a short break here if you need to, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, hello everyone. So now, where do we go from here? Checkboxes always lead to radio buttons, so we're going to do radio buttons in this video. So radio buttons are very similar to checkboxes that we did last time, but radio buttons are inside a group, and users can choose one option from the group, right? Radio buttons are separated from checkboxes because of this feature. So for example, you can use radio buttons on a test application, right? Users can only choose one option from the answers. You can also use radio buttons to take some information from the user, just like checkboxes. But in the checkbox, there is two options, right? For one checkbox, checked or unchecked. But when you use a radio button, the user has to choose one option from the group. Also, one option is chosen by default. Okay? So that's enough information. We've all used radio buttons, but now let's go to Android Studio and practice what to do with them. So for this lesson, I have now created a new project, and the name of this project is Radio Buttons. You can also create a new project or continue from the previous one. It's up to you. But what I do want to do is show you the sample application that we're going to be doing so you know where we're going. All right. So as you can see here, there are 3 radio buttons on the screen. The names of the radio buttons are green, yellow, red. Now there's also a button here. The user will select one of the options and then click on the button. All right. So the background color of the application will change depending. All right. Let's do it. Now, if you notice, our main layout is constraint layout, but I'm going to use a linear layout in this lesson. So my goal here is to learn how to use both the constraint layout and the linear layout. And you'll just know it backwards and forwards, all right? So remembering, of course, that we've used the constraint layout in the previous lesson, I'm now going to change to the linear layout in this lesson, all right? So let's go ahead and open up the XML side and change the constraint layout to linear layout. I just write linear layout here. Now, also, I'm sure you remember that we had to specify the orientation while we were working with the linear layout. So that means I'm going to just make the orientation property vertical. And let's go ahead and create the application design completely using XML code. I think you're ready. Come on. As an Android developer, you should know how to use XML code. Okay. So first of all, since I'm going to add the components into this linear layout, we should also close the tag of the linear layout as follows. So I'm deleting the greater than and slash right here. Now I'll close the tag by pressing the shift and less than keys on the keyboard same time. All right. So now I can add the component that I want to into the linear layout. So what we'll do first is change the background color of the linear layout. Now, you do remember, right, that we were using the background property for this? So when we start typing background here, the code editor does offer us some options. Cool. So from here, I select Android background feature, press enter. Now I can choose a color, and you can write the code of the color that you want, or just add it directly with a hashtag at the beginning. You could also choose any of the colors defined in Android. For this, I'll just type Android in here and select the @Android option here. And there you see the code editor offers us a host of colors. So here, just choose any color you want. I'm going to choose color Hollow Blue Dark. And as you can see, the background color of the design area immediately changes. All right, so now let's add some of the other components into the design area. So first, I'm going to add radio buttons because that's what we're doing. Now, of course, we should not add radio buttons directly to the design area. Remember? First, I need to add a radio group. Then I will add the radio buttons to this radio group. I'll open up a new tag, pressing the less than key on the keyboard. Then I write radio group in here and press enter. I'll make the width and the height of the radio group wrap content. Now I'm going to close the tag of the radio group and add the radio buttons inside. I press shift and smaller than keys on the keyboard. And I need to create a new tag for the radio button. So I'll press the less than key and type radio button. The width and the height of the radio button can be wrap content. Also, let's change the text of the first radio button. So I'll type text, select the Android text option. Let the text of the first radio button be green. All right, let's also change the text size. And here I'll just type size, select the Android text size feature. And the text size can be 20. Let's change the text color. I'll type color and select Android text color property. All right, so here you can specify any color you want, of course. I'm just going to choose white, defined in the color.xml file. Now, when we type white in here, we're presented with the color white option. So I'll choose it. And as you can see, the text color of the radio button has changed immediately. All right, so now, yes, we have created the first radio button. Yay. But we're in a group, so we've got to create 2 more radio buttons. But all I need to do is copy and paste the code here twice, right? Because radio buttons are going to have all these similar properties. So as you can see, we have now 3 radio buttons in the design area. Of course, there is one thing left to do. I got to change their text. So the text of the second radio button is going to be yellow. Text of the third radio button will be red. All right, so there's our radio buttons. Now we've got to create a button, okay? Of course, we've got to create this button outside of the radio group and inside of our linear layout. So for that, I will open a new tag and write button. And the width and the height of the button can be wrap content. So now let's change some of the properties of the button. For example, we can make the text size 20, and we can use the Android text size feature, and we'll change the text. For example, we can write change background in the text of the button. And now if you pay attention to this, all the letters are written in capitals on the design area. And you can also change that if you want. So we use the text all caps property for this. So if you set this property to false, it's going to appear in the design area the same way that you specify the text of the button. All right. Finally, let's change the background color of the button. Now, if you remember, we use the background tint property for the background color of the button. For the background color of the button, let's just write a color code this time. Now, again, you got to be familiar with this usage, right? So for this, I'll just write the code of the color that I want to add after this hashtag sign. For example, I'm writing the following code in red tones. Of course, you can get these codes just by doing a simple search in your favorite search engine to scour the World Wide Web. You don't really need to memorize these codes, but when you use them enough, you tend to remember what your favorites are. Anyway, we've created our components. Let's now arrange the location of the components a little bit better in the design area. So I will now make the gravity property of the linear layout center horizontal. That way, all the components will be centered on the horizontal plane, right? Now let's move the radio button component down a little bit. For this, I can set the margin top value to, let's say, 75. Also want some distance between the radio buttons themselves. So for this, I can use the margin top feature. I set the margin top value to 5 for the first button. And now I can just copy this line of code and I can paste it into the other two radio buttons. And there you see that there's some distance between the radio buttons. All right, so that's cool. Now, finally, I'm going to make a margin top feature of the button 50 DP. Yeah, so there you can see the design looks a little nicer. But in fact, yeah, I'm just finished with the design entirely, but I do want to add one more feature. So you can make any of the radio buttons selected by default. All right, for example, let's make the first radio button selected by default, and for that, we can just use the checked property. So here, if you set this property to true, the radio button will be selected by default. Okay, so finally, let's define the IDs of the components. And I will first define the ID of the linear layout. So here I write ID, select the Android ID feature, then select @+ID/, and press enter. Now we can select the ID. The ID of the linear layout can be linear layout. And now let's define the ID of the other components. The ID of the first radio button can be radio button green. The ID of the second radio button could be radio button yellow. ID of the third radio button can also be radio button red. All right. So finally, we'll determine the ID of the button. And we'll let the ID of the button be button change. All right, my friends. Yeah, that completely finishes this design. So as you can see, you can design your application using XML codes without even knowing it, right? That's cool. Good job. You can do the same things we did here using the attribute section. But anyway, now let's open the main activity.kt file and begin coding. All right, so first of all, what do we need to do? Define the components. So I will define the linear layout. Now, by the way, I got to mention this. If you remember, we did not specify the IDs of the layouts in our previous lessons. We did not define the layouts here. This is because we never use layouts while coding, right? So in other words, if you are not going to use a component in the design field while coding, you do not need to define it here. But since we will change the background color of the layout by using the radio buttons in this lesson, we have given the linear layout an ID, and we need to define it here. Follow? Yeah. So let's start defining the layout now. I'll write late init var. I'll write linear layout as the variable name. Then after the colon, I'll write linear layout. Now I will define the radio buttons. Late init var. The name can be green for the first radio button after the colon. I'll write radio button. And for the second radio button, I'll write late init var yellow colon radio button. Last radio button, I'll write late init var red colon radio button. All right. Now, lastly, we got to define the button. So I'll write late init var. The name of the button can be change. After the colon, I'll write button. Cool. So after all that, I need to define IDs for these variables in the onCreate function. So I'm going to write linear layout equals find view by ID, r.id.linear layout. And here, green equals find view by ID, r.id.radio button green. For yellow, yellow equals find view by ID, r.id.radio button yellow. And for the red, red equals find view by ID, r.id.radio button red. Now we got the button, so change equals find view by ID, r.id.button change. All right, so we've defined the components. But what do we want to do after that? Well, let's see. When the user chooses a color and clicks a button, the color of the layout's got to change. So to do this, I need to add a click listener to the button change. And that I will write here, change.setOnClickListener. And then inside the curly braces, I will write my conditions. All right? If the green radio button is checked, it means that if the user selects the green option, we should make the background color of the linear layout green. Right? So I will write inside the bracket linear layout.set background color, and inside the parenthesis, I'll write color.green. So that's my first condition. So if the user chooses the green radio button, the background color will turn green. All right, so after that, I need to write the second condition. Else if the yellow dot is checked, layout.set background color, color.yellow. And likewise for the third condition, else if the red dot is checked, layout.set background color, color.red. So far, so good. Let's run it and see if it's working or not. So the application opens. When the green radio button is selected and click the change background color, the background color changes to green. Whew. Let me choose yellow. Background color is yellow. So let me choose red and click the button. Background color turns red. Wow. Okay, cool. So you should be able to see that I can choose only one option with these radio buttons. Yeah? Excellent. So I don't know about you, but I think radio buttons make sense, pretty easy. So that's enough for now. We're going to get to something else in the next video. So I'll see you then. All right. Hello, everyone. we're going to work on a toggle button in this video. So the toggle button pretty much gives two options to the user. It's basically on and off, right? Now, you define what needs to be done when the user takes it to the on position, but it is fairly easy to use. So why don't we just go to Android Studio and practice with it. Now, I have created a new project for this lesson. And the name of this project is Toggle Button, but you can always create a new project or continue with radio buttons or whatever your previous project is called. So why don't we just first have a look at this sample application that we're going to be doing. It gives you an idea where we're going to go. So as you can see, there is one image view, one text view, one toggle button. Also, the text of the toggle button is hide image. All right. So when we click on the toggle button, the image disappears. The text of the text view changes to the image is invisible. Now also the text of the toggle button changes to show image. So if I click on the toggle button again, the image comes back to me. Just like that, the text of the text view changes to the image is visible, and also the text of the toggle button changes to hide image. All right, so that's what it looks like. Let's get started. Now, first off, of course, you're going to need to add an image. So I'm going to add the image that I'm going to use in my project to the drawable folder. I copy the image to add, then right-click on the drawable folder and select the paste option. And from here, of course, you must select the drawable folder. And I'm not going to change the name of the picture. So I'll just add the picture to the drawable folder by pressing the OK button. All right, so now let's design the application. So first I'm going to change the background color of the constraint layout. And again, I want to choose the hollow blue dark color that I've always chosen because I like it. You can choose any color that you want. Okay, so now I can add an image view component to the design area. I'll just drag it from the palette and drop it right here. So now I can select an image from this window. So I select the picture that I just added and press the OK button. Of course, the size of the picture was so large that it took up the entire screen. So I'm going to need to make the width of the image view component 300. I'm also going to make the height 200. All right, so now let's add a text view component. I'll make the width of the text view component 300, and I'm going to make the height 50. Okay, so now let's change the text. So I'm going to type in, the image is visible. And I'll set the text size to 20. Make the text color black. And I'm going to change the background color to white. All right, so let's center the text in the text view component. I will use the gravity feature for this. I'm setting the gravity value to the center. Now we can add a toggle button. All right, so you can see the toggle button, and it's under the button section, right? So I'm just going to drag a toggle button and drop it under text view. All right, so the toggle button also takes two different options. I'll define what will happen when it takes the on position, and also what's going to happen when it takes the off position. But before we do all that, we can change the text of the toggle button. Now, where do you do that? Well, you know that we've changed all of the text of the buttons that we've done from text attributes, but we're not going to do this for the toggle button. There's an other text attribute. It is the text off, the text on property. All right, so we're going to define a text in the text off section so that when the position of the toggle button is off, text off. Also, we'll define the text when the position of the toggle button is on, and I'm going to write hide image for the text off, and the show image for the text on. All right? Now, since our main layout is this constraint layout, I've got to determine the constraint values of the components. So first, I will center all 3 components horizontally. After selecting the image view component, I'll press the Control key on the keyboard and select the text view and toggle button components. All right? So now that I've selected all the components, I'll now right-click and select the Center Horizontally option. Very cool. So there, we've now centered all of the components horizontally. So now we got to determine the constraint values of the components in the vertical plane. So I'll set the top constraint value of image view to 50. Set the top constraint value of the text view to 20. And finally, I'll set the top constraint value of the toggle button to 30. Okay, cool. So we've now completed the design. Now I got to determine the IDs of the components, right? So let's make the ID of the image view component be image. And we'll let the ID of the text view component be result. I'm not going to change the ID of the toggle button. All right. So now let's open up mainActivity.kt file so that we can start coding. Very cool. So first of all, I'll need to define the components. So I write late init var image : image view. On the next line, I write late init var result : text view. And lastly, I'll come in here and write late init var toggle button : toggle button. And of course, you can give it another name if you want. But after that, I'll define their IDs inside the onCreate function. I'll write here toggle button equals find view by ID, and inside the parenthesis, r.id.toggle button. For the image view, image equals find view by ID, r.id.image. And for the text view, result equals find view by ID, r.id.result. Now we can do operations on the toggle button. So I'll need to add a listener. Now normally I would add the click listener, but for the toggle button, we need to add the checked change listener. All right, so I'll write here toggle button dot set on checked change listener. And as you can see, the code editor offers us some options. So from here, we can select the option with the curly brackets next to it. So choosing this creates 2 parameters. As you can see, the first parameter is the parameter from the compound button class. The second parameter is a Boolean parameter. So that is when the position of the toggle button changes, this change is automatically detected and returns true or false. All right? So here we're going to get this returned value from the parameter, and we'll change the name of this parameter for better understanding. So I'll just type is checked here. So now when the checked position of the button is changed, the listener will detect this change and apply the codes that I wrote here, right? And it's going to take 2 positions, checked and unchecked. So that means that when the toggle button is on, it takes checked, and toggle button's off, it's going to take unchecked. So here I'm going to write if is checked, and inside the brackets, I will hide the image. All right, so how do I do that? I just write in here image.visibility equals view.invisible. And then also I'll want to change the text of the text view. So I'll write here result.text equals the image is invisible. After that, I will write the else condition. And that means when the toggle button takes the off position again, all right, I will write here image.visibility equals view.visible. Also, I've got to change the text of the text view again, and I'll write result.text equals the image is visible. Whew. Okay, so let's run the app, see if it works. So now when the application opens, you see the toggle button. The text is hide image. When I click on the toggle button, the image is hidden and the text of the text view changes. Cool. So also the text of the toggle button changes, right? So when I click it again, the image is shown, text of the text view changes again, and so does the text of the toggle button, changes back to hide image. All right, so it's kind of easy, right? I think it's enough for now, so we'll take a short break, and I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello, everyone. So we're going to talk about Spinner in this video. So Spinner is an Android component that we use in Android application development. Spinner opens a list, and then users can choose an item from the list. And when the user selects an item from the list, certain operations can start up with this selection. So why don't we just go to Android Studio and learn how it works. Now I've created a new project for this lesson. Name of this project is Spinner. You could also create a new project or continue with the previous one. It's up to you. Now we're going to do an example in this video. So the example project is going to go like this. So there's a list of countries, right? So when the user selects a country from the list, the country name will be written on the text view. For example, if I select Germany, on the text view, it's going to write Germany. So if I select the Netherlands, on the text view, you're going to see Netherlands, right? So that's pretty much how a spinner works. Why don't we see the rest of it as we do the application? All right, so first we're going to add a text view component. I'll make the width of the text view component 300 dp. Also going to make the height 50. Now let's set the text size to 20. And we'll change the background color. And why don't we make the text color white? All right, so finally, let's center the text in the text view component. And I want to use the gravity property for this. So I'll set the gravity value to center. Yeah, so we can add a spinner to the design area. So spinner is under the containers section. Now also, I'm going to change the width of the spinner to wrap content. So now we have a text view and a spinner. And we will need to give an ID to the components. So for the spinner, I'm just going to write spinner country. And for the text view, I will write result. And since our main layout is the constraint layout, I've got to determine the constraint values of the components. So first, I'm going to center all components horizontally. And after selecting the text view component, I'll just press the Control key on the keyboard and select spinner. So now I can right-click with my mouse and select the center horizontally option. And look at that. As you can see, that centers all the components horizontally. So now let's determine the constraint values of the components in the vertical plane. Now, I set the top constraint value of the text view to 100, and I'll set the top constraint value of the spinner component to 20. So after that, I need to fill in the spinner. So to fill in this spinner, I need to create an array. Now I'm going to do this under the values folder in the strings XML file. So I'll open up this string XML file. And as you can see, one string is created here by default. Name of the string is app name. And its value is the application name, namely spinner. So now we will create an array of the type string here. For this, I need to open up a new tag and choose the string array option. And we have to give this array a name, and I'll write in countries. So when I press the shift and less than keys on the keyboard, it closes the tag. And we need to do that because we're going to add the country names into this array. So each element that we add is called an item, right? So I'm going to open up a new tag here. And this time I will choose the item option. And then I'll close this tag too. Now we can write the country names that we want to appear in the spinner between the item tag. So the first country, I'm just going to make it England. Second, Netherlands. Third, Belgium. Fourth, Germany. Fifth, Finland. All right, so now we've got 5 items inside the countries array. All right, so the spinner's ready to go. The array is also ready to go. So let's go to the Kotlin side. First thing I need to do is define the components. I will write in here late init var spinner colon spinner. And also I will define the text view. Late init var result colon text view. Okay, now inside the onCreate function, I have to match these variables to their IDs. Spinner equals find view by ID r.id.spinner country. Result equals find view by ID r.id.result. Now, let me just take a moment to explain a pretty important topic here. So we've got a spinner and an array. To transfer information from the array to the spinner, I'm going to need to create an adapter. So in this case, what is an adapter? So let me just show you with a picture, because it's very important. I want you to have a look at this in detail. We will use the adapter in some of the other components as well. So now we're going to use this adapter for the spinner, but we'll also use it for the list view and the grid view for some of the next videos. So we will call the adapter, and then what makes a connection between a data set and a view. In this example, the data set is array list and the view is spinner. Then we need to create an adapter between the array list and spinner. And I do this in the main activity using Kotlin code. All right, so in the onCreate function, I will write var array adapter equals. After the equal sign, I will write array adapter dot create from resources. The create from resource function allows you to create an array adapter from the string array. All right, so I need to define 3 parameters in parentheses. First is context. I'll write this here. So that means this adapter will work in this class. Also, you can write application context or this at main activity for the context as well. So the second parameter is array ID. I'll write r.array.countries. And I defined array ID to the adapter. Okay, so the third argument for this method is a layout resource that defines how the selected choice appears in the spinner control. So I'll write android.r.layout.simple spinner item. All right, so the simple spinner item layout is provided by the platform and is the default layout that you should choose unless you'd really like to define your own layout for the spinner's appearance, but Just you got to learn about it first, right? So now I'm going to need to specify the drop-down layout. So I'm going to write arrayAdapter.set drop-down view resource. Okay, so inside the parentheses, Android.r.layout.simple-spinner drop-down item. So the simple spinner drop-down item is another standard layout defined by the platform. All right, so that makes the adapter ready. I just now need to assign this adapter to the spinner. So how can I do this? What if I write spinner.adapter equals arrayAdapter? So then these codes will fill in the spinner with a country's array. All right, so let's just check to see if we've done it so far so good. The application opens, and you can see the spinner is filled in with the country names. So let's just go over what we've done here. Do you know what we've done until now? We've created a spinner and a data set, and then we connected these spinner and data sets using the arrayAdapter. So then after all of that, we need to do just one more thing. So when the user selects a country from the spinner, the name of the country should be written in the text view. All right. So that's where we need to continue. And to do that, I'll add a listener to the spinner. But first, we need to implement the adapter view.onItemSelectedListener. And this is an interface that gets added to the main activity class. All right, so that way, when we implement this interface, two functions that we will control the select process was going to be overwritten. All right, so we'll just do it now. I'll put in a comma right after the app compat activity and write adapter view after the dot. The code editor proposes the interface that we will implement. So I select the onItemSelectedListener and press enter. And you can see that Android Studio gives a warning because there are two functions that we need to implement. Well, I'll just hover the cursor over main activity, and from there I select the Implement Members option. Now you can see that there are two functions here, right? I select both functions and press the OK button. And as you can see, there are now two functions outside of the onCreate method. Also, the warnings are gone, so we can delete the to-do statement inside these methods. All right, so let's examine these two functions. First one is onItemSelected. Another one is onNothingSelected. So I'm going to write my codes here. When the user selects an item from the spinner, this method will work. So now let's look at the parameters here. The first parameter is the parameter of the adapter view class. Also, I should mention that the parameter names here may be different for you, but it doesn't matter. You can change these parameter names if you want to. You can even change the whole thing. I just write parent instead of P0. All right. Second parameter is an object of the view class. So we can also write a view here. The most important parameter is the third parameter because this parameter gives the index number of the clicked item in the array. So using this index number, we can determine which item was clicked. So that's why I'm going to write position here. All right, so the ID of the item that was clicked in the last parameter, we can also write ID here. Now, let's print the name of the country that was clicked into the text view component. So I'll just write in here, result.text equals parent.getItemAtPosition. Inside the parentheses, I write position. Finally, I write .toString. So what's this code going to do? It's going to take the text of the item in the selected position, and after that, I will assign this text to the text of the text view. Now, of course, you may notice there is a warning here, and that's because a parameter in an adapter view class can return null. So here we need to prevent my app from crashing in the case of returning null, and we can do this in two different ways. First is to put a double exclamation mark here. All right, so this statement guarantees that the parent object will never be null. Now the second method is to create an if statement here. So if the parent is not equal to null, we should print the selected item in the text view component. All right? Yeah, now there's one more thing to do. Within the onCreate method, we must write spinner dot on item selected listener equals this, just below the line where we define the spinner. This keyword here is an instance of the interface that we're implementing. Follow? So in other words, when any item in the spinner is clicked, the operations that we described is just going to take place. All right, so let's run it and look at it again. So the application opens when I select Netherlands. In text view, you will see Netherlands. When I select Germany, it's going to write Germany in the text view. Yeah, so whichever item that I select from here, the name of the item is going to be written in the text view. All right, so that's what Spinner is like. So I think that's enough for this video. I'll see you in the next video.